In a world that tried to confine, Raven J took flight. She's feeling divine, with a heart full of truth and lips so red. Living her life, she's breaking the thread. From the shadows to the light, she's making her way. Gonna dance to a rhythm, no games to play. With a fierce spirit, she's owning her name. Raven J's blazing, they can't dim her flame. Raven J, hear her roar, dancing through the night, always wanting more. Breaking down walls, she won't be ignored. Raven J's spirit soar.
Hopefully y'all can hear me. My whole setup has changed a bit. Um, so hopefully, like I said, you can hear me and everything works out fine. I'm using the mic on the webcam instead of the boom mic. That was a pain in the ass. Honestly, it was a piece of shit, and I'm glad that I'm not using it. So hopefully this works better. So there's two viewers, so maybe somebody can tell me if it's good. I don't know. Hmm. They also, I haven't logged into StreamYard in a while, and they've changed this a little bit. So I'm kind of finding my way around in here. Um, let's see. Let us see what we shall see. Where am I going? I'm going to view your channel. There's my channel. It says I am live. There I am. Okay. And there's the doggy behind me. Um, I'm looking kind of tired. Oh, look at me. Ugh. There's people that don't belong on camera. I am one of them. Whatever. So I heard me when I checked out the stream, so you guys should hear me too. So that's good news, I assume. I invited a few folks to come on. Hopefully they'll get a chance to come. Longtime viewers will remember Brian J. Hopefully he shows up. Obviously, of course, I invited Serious Mind, who is pretty much, whenever I stream, he's pretty much my sidekick. He said if he can make it, he'll be here. It was very short notice. I invited uh, Octopus Prime, TJ, and he said he may end up coming and hanging out. So we'll see. I invited Dark Matter. I haven't heard from Dark Matter. Not a surprise. You know, he doesn't really talk to the little people anymore. I'm kidding. He was actually on the show here a few months back. So I will probably be doing this again more often. I kind of took the summer off for a couple of reasons. One is we had a very busy summer. We had a very busy summer. And also it was just very hot. And, looking this good takes work. Like, I just don't wake up like this. I got to do this. And when it's really hot in the house, this melts. So fuck that shit. So I didn't want to, do that to you guys. So I didn't. And now that it's cooler and it's not so hot in here and outside, and I can put on makeup without it just immediately dripping off my face, I feel more comfortable getting on camera again. So I've also got several video projects in the works at different stages of production. And I mean, I've had them in that same space for the last couple of months. I really haven't touched them. Again, summer was what summer was, and then it was back to work and getting used to the grind again. And then just getting over the shock and the depression and the general just fuck it of it all. Um, but I think I can get back into it, making the videos. I've got one I want to have out like in the next couple of days. I don't think I'm going to succeed in getting it out that quickly, but I'm working on it. That one is called Reason of the Witch. I put a lot into this one, and I've already started recording, although most all of what I recorded, I deleted today because I just looked bad. Part of the video, part of the whole thing is I have to look good, you know? I got to be at least a little cute. And I did not look good at all. So I was like, yeah, goodbye. I got rid of that. But I'm still gonna make the video. I'm gonna re-record probably this weekend. It's so hopefully some scenery changes, some costume changes. Um, I found a new way to be able to read my scripts like on a teleprompter using my phone. You could probably hear Damon in the background. The louder I get, the louder he gets. He's on the other side of the house, and it's like a contest now. He wins, um, every time without fail. Um, what else? Mm, so yeah, we had a crazy summer. I mean, I like traveling. I've always liked traveling. I don't like flying so much, especially with kids. It's just flying with kids can be such a pain in the ass, especially when they're little. We're in diapers, and Kai, who's not so small, is still in diapers. Um, and I mean they're both on the spectrum, so that's a whole challenge there too. But um, so we don't like flying with the kids. So we drive. I mean, if there's like depending on what it is, if we take a train, we'll take a train. If it's take a boat, we'll take a boat. Take the ferry into the city, that kind of thing. But if we're like long distance traveling and we're not going to fly, we're going to drive. So, but we did a lot. We did a lot. So, like in the end of June, we did Hershey Park, and we had a great time. We stayed overnight at a hotel right outside the park, and then went home in the morning. It was cool. We had a good time, and we did Disney. We went to Florida, which is insane for a trans woman to voluntarily go to Florida. Um, we went to Florida. And so we refinanced the house, and we did a lot of projects on the house. We fenced in the yard. We had a roof issue. We took care of that. Um, we kind of redid the deck on the back of the house and put steps on it that wasn't there before. We flattened out part of the yard. We had about 5 or 6 trucks worth of fill brought in to make the yard like usable, and then like we fenced in almost the entire property. We fenced in all the usable yard, um, and the kids play outside now, which is new. They really hadn't been able to before because there's the two of them. It's hard to keep an eye on both of them when they're running in opposite directions, especially with a road right here and the woods and a stream back here, and coyotes and bear being a problem. But now they're fenced in. We can put the dog out there with them. They play, they run, they have swings. That's something else. We bought the swings. It was, yeah, it was really good, and the boys had a ball. Like I said, when we went to Disney, we drove down. The total trip was like 12 days in total, um, between the drive down, the drive home, and we did Disney parks, all of them except for the Animal Kingdom park. I don't know. I don't like zoos. I don't know. I got a thing about caged in animals. Anyway, that was fantastic. We had such a good time. And if anybody wants to go, if anybody wants to go to almost anywhere actually, but like specifically like Disney and Universal and that kind of thing, I know somebody who's a really good travel agent that can hook you up because she saved us about $1,500. So that's always nice. Saving money is like very nice, but with traveling, if you can save money, fucking do it. Anyway, so we came back from Disney and then we did there's the Land of Make Believe is in a more of like a local amusement park. We did that with the boys. That was fun. Um I'm forgetting stuff and that stuff was probably fun too. We had a really busy, really jam-packed summer. And I mean, part of the summer also I was working. I worked during summer school at the school in the school system. So it was a lot. It was a lot. We were really busy. And then after Florida, it was time to everybody to get back to reality, the kids back to school, and me back to work. Um, and now that the heat is gone and we're heading into Halloween and it's my season, um, I'm going to try to do this a lot more. I've got other things that I'm working on too. A couple of really cool things. Um, I want to wait to see. Hopefully, Serious Mind comes in because I really want to chat with him about it. Who knows? Maybe I can send a link to Steve Shives and see if we can get him to come in too and chat with him. How am I looking for? Right there. Okay. Cool beans. Oh, I also invited Michael Clifton. Um, Michael. Yeah, I invited him. Um, I invited TJ and Dark Matter. Um, who else? I don't know, but I do like the idea of sending a link to Steve Shives. If he's willing to come in, that would be awesome. I would rather talk to somebody than talk to myself. There's not even anybody typing in the chat. And that blows. Because at least if somebody was typing in the chat, hint, hint, there's a couple of you watching. At least I have somebody to play off of. Just like talking into the void. I used to be really good at it, but I don't know. Things have changed, so to speak. Brian, yeah, that's right. Brian James, I sent him. Who am I looking for? Steve. Steve Shives. If you're free and want to chat on live stream, I am lonely and live. We'll see what happens. I don't know. It's always worth a shot. Let's see, what are we doing over here? What's all this? No, 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 no. Wrong link, wrong link. I don't want to do that. Oh my God. Oh well. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's see, let's see. What the fuck is going on here? I am live. Host. Should have did this before, but I had cleaned up all behind me to get ready to stream because you don't want your camera on a dirty house, right? And I cleaned it all up, and then I was like putting my face on, getting ready to come on, and Kai like emptied his bedroom into the living room. His sheets, blankets, his toys, his toy box. I mean, he just like emptied everything. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? So I had to like run around and do all that. I should have been inviting people to come on. I should have been posting all of my notifications and stuff, but I was running around like a crazy person because for some reason I believed it mattered. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Uh, what? I'm sorry. Oh my God. So I am reading this post. Where am I? I am. Ooh, this is crazy shit. And that's actually funny because it's about shit. So there's this post. It says, "Do you guys not grab the poop with the toilet paper? My 26-year-old fiance and I just had the poop talk, and I think I'm missing something. When I learned to go to the bathroom, my dad taught me to grab the poop, i.e., wrap it in the paper so when it's falling out of the butt, you basically catch it so it doesn't splash." My fiance is horrified, but I feel like I've known other people who do this. How common is this? And there's a response. It says, "This is not common." What the fuck? Oh no, that's fucking awesome. Sorry. That was wild. That was really fucking wild. Oh God. I I don't I don't know. I really don't know. See, so anybody that I've sent an invite to, come on and talk to me. I am resorting to poop talk. Hey, what's up, Tool Time? How are you? Thank you for saying something. I was getting very lonely. I was getting so lonely. Like, I'm kind of like, the Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects Raven. So here I am, unexpected. And I'm also wondering how much of a lag I have. I don't think it's much. Looks like it's about 5 or 6 seconds, maybe, which isn't terrible. I've seen so much worse. Mm. And also, I'm thinking, wow, that white in my hair is really starting to show. Yeah, that's not the camera. That's my leg. That's my leg. That's my little stem. I got one hand on my mouse, right? I got my hand on my mouse, and I'm just bouncing my leg, and it's bouncing everything in the fucking room right along with it. Sorry. Sorry. It is I do that all the time. The leg bouncing drives people fucking crazy. Like I had a gathering of coworkers, game night. We went to one of our coworkers' houses, and we were drinking and playing Cards Against Humanity. right? And the girl who was hosting she was sitting right next to me, right? And we were like on a bench, and we're all playing the game, and we're eating and having a drink, and my leg is just bouncing like crazy. And she like reached way over me and grabbed my leg and held it down. And she's like, "Girl, would you stop?" It's like I can't help it. I so can't help it. Um, yeah, that's a thing, I guess. What are you gonna do? I will try not to bounce everything around. Sorry. So, I mean, I am like thinking about this one project. Peach isn't home. She actually had a coworkers night out herself. Her and some of the folks that she works with, they went out. Um, I don't know where they went. I think the last time they went out, they did like a karaoke thing, where like they rented like a booth, a karaoke booth. Um, Sounds like fun. But tonight, I think it was just a dinner. She will be home shortly, I believe. It was almost an hour ago. Said that she was heading home, so she should be home soon. But we were chatting before on Messenger about a project I've been thinking about, and I'm really starting to like coalesce on a theme. Um, and it'll be a very difficult project that is going to take a lot of people to help make it happen. It may end up being between 24 and 36 hours long. Um, and anybody who knows anything about my YouTube career would understand what that is hinting towards. Um, I do know that it won't be what it was. Um, but I kind of feel like that was a part of my YouTube journey, my internet journey, um, that had like a good, strong, several years to it. It became one of the things that I was known for online. And then when I got to Delhi and then Damon came along, I just didn't have the energy and the time and walked away from it. And I don't feel like I did that part of my life any justice. And I don't think I did right by it. And I need to resurrect it so I can say goodbye to it, if that makes sense. I need to put a bow on it. And oh, Peach just pulled up. I need to put a bow on it and close that off and do it properly. Um, I don't know what's going to happen with it though. It was just something I've been thinking about, and like I said tonight, I was really getting a lot of ideas tied together. So we'll see. Um, the focus of it will be a bit different, and I was really hoping to have somebody in here that I can bounce ideas off of, and get input and just talk about it. But I don't have, and this is another problem. I just don't have the same pull that I used to have. I did kind of disappear, and then I just come back sporadically. I don't have the presence I used to have. Um, and I guess that's kind of what happens, right? So VVV, very vivacious vixens. V for Vendetta. Yeah. Peter, do you want to come on? We can talk about that lack of presence presently. Peace is home. Hi, baby. How was your night out? Really? Really? Was it fancy and schmancy? I'm broadcast, yeah.
I knew you weren't planning on it, just
Yeah.
never know.
Peter, I'm about to figure out how to send. Well, I can send it to him on Facebook. I got to send him the link. I asked TJ to come on. He said he might. I asked Dark Matter to come on. He didn't answer. I asked Steve Shives to come on. He didn't answer. I asked Joe to come on. He said maybe if he can, if he doesn't go out. I asked Brian J to come on. Oh yeah, it was all yeah. And I've been not. I get it. I'm not complaining. I'm just, I've been trying and failing. I do that. I do that a lot. Truth, yo.
You gotta start like planning them out better, that's all. Or planning them at all.
Planning at all. Yeah, well. So I don't know if you want to watch from the other room or what. I don't know if you want to come on. That's up to you. If you want to do that, we could do that too. But I did want to talk about what we were chatting about. Let me find Peter on the Book of Faces. Oh, 13 comments. Look at you. Oh, somebody wished you alone a happy anniversary. Did you see that? Happy anniversary, Peach. Fuck Raven. Oh, yeah, that's funny. All right. Anyway, where are you, Peter? There you are. Oh my God. The last time we chatted on Facebook, on Messenger, Peter, was 10 years ago. Oh my God. Anyway, there's the link. Wow. March 28th, my birthday, 2015. That is freaking wild. That's wild. Who'd thunk it? I heard a noise. What was that noise? I know, my sister. Thank you. Where am I? What am I doing now? Puppy, please stop. You're annoying as shit. Stuff is shaking. Sorry. It's crazy, I know. Mm. Mhm. Puppy, come here. There's your puppies. Oh, look at this. Wow, they changed this.
Changed what?
Oh, I got a notification up on the screen saying that somebody was backstage. That's new.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
All right. So yeah, sorry I don't have a camera. I I think I have a web camera buried somewhere, but um,
Do you not make
I hate it.
videos anymore?
Oh no, when I make videos, I have like cameras that I
I
could set
know.
up, but it would require, it would take me 10, 20 minutes to like set up the sort of
It's
cameras that I would normally record with.
It doesn't really matter. It's fine.
But no, I haven't made a video in probably about a year.
Yeah. I don't watch videos anymore. That might be one of the reasons why I don't really create so much anymore too.
It's hard if you're not really invested in it
Right.
anymore. I still watch YouTube all the time.
Right. I mean, also, the whole great debate thing is, um,
Moved on.
I
There's
mean,
still.
right. There's still some debates, but they're not so great.
Well, I think they just stale.
Yeah. You know what's hilarious? I was running some of my ideas through ChatGPT, and I just said the great debate community, and it responded about that whole. I mean, it was amazing. Like, that's a thing that is known by the internet, about the internet. It was wild. And ChatGPT was like, "You were a part of that?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I was."
ChatGPT is just like I am the embodiment of Reddit.
It was pretty cool though. I actually enjoy just putzing around on ChatGPT. I know a lot of people get really upset about you know, uh AI. Um and I found it isn't very A and it isn't very I either. So it's not artificial intelligence, it's make believe intelligence. It's wild. I mean, I like taking its words and giving it back to it. And it's like, oh my God, that's great, Raven. I was like, bitch, you did it.
I
Tommy from the Bronx. I'm sorry, Tool Time. Look at Hi, Raven and Peach. Stop by to say hello and stop shaking your leg. You're gonna give someone a seizure.
Give the desk.
Well, it's because my arm was here and I was shaking like that.
Yeah, so stop. Well, I'm just saying, it was shaking everything, including the camera. And
I know. I know. We were talking about that a little while ago. And I promised I was going to try to stop, and I failed. I failed because that's me.
Do you have anything you want to talk about?
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, you want to do that now?
Well, I mean, why would you invite Peter up if you're just gonna like? be
Oh,
dead air?
because but there's no dead air. I'm talking to you, and Peter was just talking. Okay, so right there was a little bit of dead air.
Because he's used to you interrupting.
I am like the interrupting cow. I really am. You know that, right?
Mhm.
Move. It's our anniversary, by the way.
happy anniversary.
15 years.
15 years. That's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. You stayed with me that long.
Yeah, right back at
You are the only person that's had the balls to stick around that long.
Don't have balls.
But I don't have them either, actually.
No.
Ah,
We're making everybody awkward.
that's what I do. So here's what I was thinking about doing, and Tommy, I don't know if you're still here or not. But here's what I was thinking about. I was thinking about resurrecting Manus Mayman Charity and doing one last event. Um, I probably end up being a 24-hour event because I don't know if I could gather the hosts for 36 hours. But that's what I was thinking about doing. And instead of IAVI, I was thinking about maybe using or raising money for the Protect the Dolls Fund. Um, so, so there's that. But I got to do more research. I got to see what they're all about. Um, I don't want to do it, raise money for a cause and like 80% of the proceeds go into some CEO's pocket or something. Fuck that. I don't want to do that. That's why all of the money went to research. Um, so I got to see what's out there. But that's what I was thinking about. And I was thinking about trying to see who I could pull from, years back. People who were on the last and the first and management and charity shows, and seeing if I can pull people out of retirement for one more show or whatever,
Like Tom.
like Tommy. Yeah, and seeing if we can like do one last show, and just kind of, just seal off that period of time, like just cap it with a bow kind of a thing, and say a proper goodbye to that period. Because I didn't do that.
Do you know anyone who is doing those sorts of videos that are more contemporary, like Genetically Modified Skeptic? Or I feel there's a lot of people out there who are in a similar space to what we were, but they're not necessarily networked the way that we
That
all,
we were.
that we connected with each other. We had meetups, and formed a kind of personal network of people,
Yeah,
and you'll occasionally see, this person on this other person's show or podcast. They'll interview each other, but I don't know, maybe behind the scenes they've all become friends with each other, or acquainted with each other, and I just don't know about it because I'm not in their little cool kids club. But it seems like, there are other people who are active in that space, who are out there, but they're just kind of doing their own thing.
yeah.
And
That's the vibe that I get from it too. That it's not what like even ChatGPT described it as lightning in a bottle. And it's like it really was. That was such an amazing time to be on YouTube. Um, and I know that they're still out there. And yes, you're correct. They're not as networked as we were. And I don't know if any of them know me. You know what I mean? So I don't know how that would go over. Like this old tranny is going to come and ask us to get involved in something. How do I know they're not, trying to rip us off or this or that or whatever? I don't know.
yeah, so I feel like I hear every now and then from interviews where I see of people deconstructing religion. Every now and then I'll hear people mention YouTube videos, but it's hard. It's hard to know exactly who they
Right.
watched, and what, like what they'd be aware of in that space, or even what time period it was.
Yeah, exactly.
So
And I mean, I personally, I'm not one of those people. I think that a lot of people are going to be looking back at and be like, oh yeah, Dev Shell, they really had some really good arguments. I mean, anything that I'm going to be remembered for, or recognized for would probably be management and charity. And that's what kind of why I felt like it deserves a proper send off. Um, yeah, that's exactly who it is. Is that Tool Time and Dev Shell and Peach?
there are actual, yeah. Sorry, I'm looking in the Streamlabs thing, and I did not see. I feel like I should probably get one tab with where I can see the actual chat.
Mhm.
Okay, never mind. There's a thing over here that's showing the chat.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm
it's been a
streaming.
while since I've used Streamlabs, so
Yeah, it's like the old days. They changed all of this though. Like I'm like, I mean, I guess it's for the better. Like they've added things, but it seems like they made other stuff paid. And it's like, well, I didn't have to pay for that before.
I feel like that's the enshittification of the internet in general. I just got an email like 20 minutes ago telling me it was from, HBO Max or whatever the fuck they're calling it now. And they're like, we see that you have had people that don't live with you that are sharing your account. Now you have to pay for that. And they send me a link like, they're like, if you want to continue this, here's the link to pay us more money. So now I got to have a conversation with some of my friends about, all right, I don't know if I can do this HBO thing. Because I feel like I don't watch it enough. They not only are raising the price, but as I said, they're also making you pay extra to share your account. So I'm like, you know what? I think I might go in the exact opposite direction because collectively, me and my friends might have watched it enough to justify it. But me alone, I'm not. I don't want to pay like $18.99 or whatever it is now for that shit. I honestly watch movies so frequently, and I realized a couple months ago, I had this realization, like the last HBO show that I was really into was probably Westworld, and that was several years ago. And there was a time when HBO had amazing shows, and I'm sure there might be a few things that I'm overlooking, but it's just like I had a reason when I first subscribed to this. And, like I said, I lent out passwords to other people, and that made it worth it. But if they're raising the price and want extra on top of that to share my password, then it's like, no, I think I'll just cancel the shit because I so rarely watch movies that I could easily take the money that I save and just buy or rent a movie.
Sidetracked by something in the chat that I didn't see before. There is so much talk about Graham Plattner's tattoo, AOD and Zoom videos, escalation in Venezuela, Medicaid cuts, government shutdown is ridiculous. Yeah, everything is fucking ridiculous. I think that might be why, other than like it's not extremely hot anymore and I can get back to like getting on camera and stuff. Other than that, I think it's also like there's just so much overload out there with everything that's going on. Getting back in front of the camera kind of feels like an escape at this point.
Yeah. I personally, my just personal perspective, personal feeling is that I almost feel kind of in a dilemma in terms of making more videos. Because on one hand, there's the urgency of the moment.
Mhm.
But there's another part of me that thinks that how I don't even know how to put this fully. That it kind of isn't addressing the more long-standing, deeper issues to constantly get caught up in like the kerfuffle, the outrage, the whatever of the moment,
Right.
and that we're not able to progress in part because we're constantly talking about whatever Trump is doing. Like all eyes are on one thing, and so we never have broader discussions of like how the fuck as we as a society came to this point. I'm sorry I didn't catch what you just said. It kind of
I think we know how we got here. Yeah, just years of ignoring problems, years of ignoring. I mean, Ronald Reagan had this whole thing about Republicans never publicly disagree with Republicans. And then there was the gutting of the fairness doctrine. Um, I think it really started there. It paved the way for Trump. So that's how we got here. The not standing up for our traditions and our norms 40 years ago. That's what got us here.
I guess what I mean to say, less so what is the exact path of how we got here, but addressing the underlying culture that creates this. Because I feel like there's a lot of ways in which right-wing culture could be pushed back on, but isn't because we're constantly fixated on Trump.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's that. And then like before that, there's the apathy. And we are a very apathetic culture. I mean, until somebody's pissing in your Cheerios. But the problem with that is by then it's too late. They've already pissed in your Cheerios. So Yeah, there you go. There's this too. How much of today can be blamed on Mitch McConnell? So true.
Yeah, I find it interesting the culture of I guess Gen Z young men allegedly are becoming more religious. And
Yeah.
I feel like there was this change from, 10, 15 years ago when it's like actually religion is kind of cringe and the right has managed to be like, "Yo, what if religion's kind of based?"
Mm.
And I
See,
and
here's
I feel like you could um like that's what I mean when I feel like a lot of the culture surrounding it could be undercut because sooner or later, like, there is going. I don't even mean having some hash out of this is exactly how we got here. It's like what is sustaining this culturally, and how do we kick the legs out from under it?
right. Well, I mean, after September 11th, um, many people found God, um, and they raised their kids that way. So when you look at the time frames, um, I work in a high school, and I see kids that are like old school type metalhead looking kids, right? And they're greasy and dirty and they're mechanics and they're effing this and they're effing that and everything is like heavy metal and I mean and they're assholes and they're just shitty people. But then they're just like, if God is with me, I have nothing to fear if God is with me. And it's just like,
It's the least metal thing I've ever heard.
right. Yeah, it is it's just like, where do you get this mentality from? But I mean he gets it from his parents. Who were probably radicalized Christians because of September 11th, because a lot of them are.
Well, even though this is kind of a tangent, that's one thing that I find interesting about thinking about where this will be in 10 or 15 years, in the sense that um, the sort of people that were cheering at Trump saying no more endless wars, and the people who want to act like they are now isolationists were the same people who were baying for blood after 9/11 and cheering for us to go into Iraq. And to me, it's not that they suddenly learned any sort of lesson. It's that they got buyer's remorse over our endless wars. And when we were going into them, anyone who questioned it was a blame America first terrorist loving traitor. And so they change their opinion, but they never accept any responsibility, guilt. Like they say, oh, Bush lied, but they don't understand like the whole media system that lied to them. It's like they're the same people without any of the remorse. So I like to imagine what it'll be like in 15 years when they realize, they'll be willing to admit the mistakes, but they'll also try and pretend that they had nothing to do with it.
Well, that would be totally on brand. Yeah, people radicalized by 9/11 now have kids that are growing up. Um, they're young adults and they're high schoolers um, and they have the God virus. What Bionic Dance used to call them, oh, they're God botherers.
It's thought, but you got to remember, we live in Trump country, so it seems like,
Well,
the
I
young
know
generation
if
is,
you look at the growth of the evangelical movement, though, I mean, they were always around, and there was a surge in the '80s again because of Reagan. Um, but there was a surge nationally in evangelical Christians in the early 2000s because of September 11th. I mean, it was big. It was big because it was a holy war. That's what the churches were calling it. These were Muslims that were coming to kill Christians.
yeah, but the nuns are still like the, you know,
Fastest growing? Yeah. Yeah.
it
So a
seems,
lot. Go ahead.
from what I can tell from the sort of studies that I've heard, is that Trump created something of a fracture within evangelicals where a lot
Yeah.
of young women are leaving. There's still an overall decline, but there's kind of a bump that is related to culturally tangential things like the manosphere shit. Like young men, in particular, are suddenly like, "Yo, this religion stuff, maybe this is cool." And yeah, I feel like that's but that's like a cultural thing where if you can convince them that no, wait, bro, religion is actually cringe, that you know,
So,
it will like it will undermine the overall support.
yeah, I get that. The problem with that though is the Charlie Kirks of the world, that whole brand of movement Christianity, teaches young men that women are property. Um, so if the church is telling you that you're entitled to a woman and that it is her job to feed you and wash your clothes and to birth your children, who then she will then have to take care of also, um, you know, then how can that be wrong? That's all they want. I don't know if me telling them, no, bro, that's just cringe, is gonna do it because they're gonna be like, yeah, fuck you. It's what I want.
Yeah, now more than ever, this great, what do you call it?
Hello.
Epidemic of male loneliness.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
How
Hey,
are you,
Peach,
Brenton?
how are you? I haven't seen you in ages.
Yep. Gotcha.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
How the kids, all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, driving us crazy.
That's what kids do, isn't
That's
it?
what they do.
they're
That's their
for.
job.
That's what they're
Yeah.
for.
Well, then they excel at it.
Yeah, that's what they're for. Life would be so boring otherwise, wouldn't it?
You actually look younger these days. What are you doing?
I do.
Yeah.
Surprises me. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I'm just being lazy and growing everything out.
Again, it's like the left hates
That's
you,
better. I can see
and
now.
your religion is a good tribe.
I mean, it's absolutely part of it. That is part of their messaging. It's on brand. But I mean, like Peach had said, right? There is an epidemic of, lonely men. Um, and, you know, that brand of Christianity, promises them that they are entitled to a woman, whether she likes it or not.
What brand of Christianity is this?
Evangelical.
Uh,
Yeah,
But
and
do
in
you think?
Houston, sorry.
I'm sorry. So, do you think that it is because there's a lack of pushback in spaces like YouTube from people like us? Maybe not us specifically, but that their message has been allowed to propagate in many ways that are unchallenged.
Has it really been a pushback though? Because we were kind of got deplatformed by the platform itself.
Right. And that's right, yeah, that's where
That's
I was just gonna go. And that's what he's basically asking, I guess. So yes, because God, it's like saying that, the fate of the world was on us. You know?
not us,
Always
not us
relevant, aren't we?
personally, but collectively.
Well, yeah. Same difference though, right? The great debate community for a while did kind of stand as this uh it was a gate. It was the great gate debate community. Um yeah, where ideas were filtered through. And we were able to make arguments against certain things. And I think you could see a rise in dominionism and evangelical Christianity after the platform deplatformed us. I would say that there is a correlation.
Deplatformed who? Sorry, I'm coming to this late. I know.
YouTube did everything in their power to make the great debate community untenable, non-sustainable.
But it still goes on.
Yeah, it's not what it was though.
I mean,
It's
you,
so-
you look at there's some channels out there. I mean, you look at let me think of one. Sir Sick, Planner Walk. There's a few others, so I can't actually think of their names, but Sir Sick
There-
comes to mind
There's
immediately.
a lot of
Logic.
like panel shows
Logic,
and like
he's
call-in
still
shows.
going.
Who?
Logic, he's still going.
Aaron Raw is still going.
Aaron
Matt
Raw still
Delahanty is
going, yeah.
Yeah. They don't have the numbers and doesn't have the core and the strength and the networking, as Peter was saying earlier, that we had back in the day. And the feeling of community. A lot of it is lost. And that was an intentional act by YouTube. They did
Or
everything
was
they
it-
could to break that up.
Or was it just that there's been several influxes of new generations coming out of high school and college and hitting the adult networks, and they've got their own interests which are different?
Well, I would say that I don't think that as far as I know, there was nothing particularly targeted. But having been on YouTube for 19 years, they have changed the way that they structure what they reward on this platform.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And the way that what the algorithms reward just doesn't it favors basically a kind of not necessarily corporatized, but a kind of self-corporatized, self-regimed content where you
Yeah.
put out content on a schedule and, jump on their treadmill. And if you release videos sporadically, as many of us do, you're punished for that.
Yeah.
If you don't get the engagement metrics, or it's a whole, they seem to have narrowed the streams of what they're willing to, let ascend in their algorithm. And it's not just organic reach of more people discovering you. It also seems like, they've turned off the taps, not only in that way, but they don't even seem to send your video out to all of your subscribers. Like subscribing to a channel is no longer a contract to see
No.
your video. It is like, well, maybe if our algorithm decides what goes in your subscription feed, but if you hit the bell and blah, blah, blah. So you end up with a shrinking channel because it increasingly only pushes it out to the people who consistently engage with you.
So there was stuff that was actually more targeted for communities like ours, though. They're doing away with the video response.
Yeah, that was a major
Just how
change.
many of us connected.
Yeah, that was a major change. That probably did more to break the viewing counts of most of us than anything else.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
long time ago, wasn't
That
it?
was a long
Yeah.
time ago, but that
And
was
then
a
after
major
that-
shakeup.
After that, they brought in the homepage, and that made the subscriptions page useless because nothing ever got posted there. And if you remember, there was
Mhm.
long periods when they were working on that code when I remember seeing several times when you'd go in there and all day not one subscription has posted a video. That's not tenable. That just not that doesn't happen, but it did.
But it did. Yep.
Yeah. So they changed the model. Peter's right. They changed the model, and they've done it progressively over the last decade. And yeah, they're favoring. You're going to have a better time on YouTube if you have a brand that you can curate and cultivate.
Right.
If
If
you don't
people
have a
want-
brand,
Right.
then you're not going to work with the with the algorithm.
They would prefer not to have discussion. They want influencers. That's what they want.
Yeah, they want influencers. They don't want discussion. They want, they want influencers because they want people to be polarized one way or the other.
Hmm. Yeah. Oh,
And
and
it's
they
worked.
want they want the money's going to come with quick views of people
Yeah.
watching mindless stuff.
And anybody that
Sure.
isn't going to get polarized, they want to get them hooked into watching kitten videos or Minecraft videos or Blues Clues or
Incentivizes
whatever the hell it is.
the desire to make videos that are actually trying to engage with people, like to actually
Yeah.
start a conversation.
Oh, they don't want a conversation. They don't want a conversation.
I'll say though that I feel like
They want arguments.
even if
It's
the
cool.
YouTube algorithms do us no favor, I think that there's probably some space for actual people on here because the site is increasingly becoming based on AI slop. Because
Yes.
what for whatever flaws you might say AI has, it is excellent at allowing people to churn out the sort of to play by YouTube's games. But I think that the audience itself is becoming disenfranchised with that. And so if they're more likely to gravitate towards people that they see as like actual authentic people, and then if you're engaging with them, they're like, oh, thank God it's not just more AI fucking slop. It's a human being who might actually read my content, read my comment and respond in
Yeah.
a thoughtful way.
Yeah. So
So
it might swing back the other way.
So,
To be there when it does.
right. And that's why like we're talking about Madness Ma'am and Charity again. Um
I'm in.
and holding that one last event, and who do we market to, and who do we find to be a guest host. And if it's people who aren't going to know who I am, it'll be very difficult to convince them to hop on board. But if it's people who remember the old days and are still around, or that I can drag out of retirement, no, I'm willing to, I'm willing to make those arguments. You know what I mean? I'm willing to have those
There's
conversations.
more of us out there than you think.
Oh, I don't really doubt that. Um,
I mean,
I
even if
think,
we're not engaging, we're certainly watching.
well, I mean, Tommy is proof of that. Because Tommy's right there.
Oh, hey, Tommy.
I think what I would like to do is probably market the show if we end up doing it. Market it as a nostalgia kind of a thing. Um,
Get balls.
mhm, yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
the hottest
And
charity event of 2009, but in
yeah.
2025.
And the nice thing about having the AI around now is that, boy, is that going to push up some production values, huh?
Yeah, right?
Jingles, splash screens.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I have a jingle for this that I wrote on Songer.
There you go.
And it's so cheesy. It's
There you
awesome.
go. Do you guys remember the Wacky Races?
The what?
The Wacky Races, Hanna-Barbera cartoon from the 70s.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with
I
Penelope
remade
Pitstop.
I remade the intro to that,
Oh, nice.
and I rebranded it for the station. So
Oh, that's
it's
so cool.
instead of Bugaboo and the Clash Brothers and Professor Frink and all of that. No, Frink's Simpsons, isn't he? But anyway,
Oh.
instead of all the Penelope Pitstop and Peter Perfect and all of that, we've got the station presenters. So
Was it Snidely? Was that the
Whiplash.
what?
Snidely?
No. You're thinking of Sneakly. Yeah, you're thinking of Sneakly. That was the spin-off, Perils of Penelope Pitstop.
Yes. Yes. That's right.
Yeah, Arnold Sneakly.
You got
Penelope
memory.
Pitstop sounds like the name of
Yeah.
a truck stop hooker.
It might be
Penelope
too.
Pitstop. She was the California gal of her day. She was the Valley girl of her day.
She was so two-dimensional though.
that's the whole that was the whole point of my saying what she was. She was the two-dimensional Valley Girl of the day. I mean, they didn't have 3D cartoonery then, so she had to be two-dimensional. So there's that.
So I was thinking, if we're going to do the show, that I was going to raise money for the Protect the Dolls Fund, for trans rights and stuff.
Okay.
And if I do that, I would probably want to use the song "Rebel Rebel" by David Bowie as a marketing, as kind of like the spine of it.
Okay.
Sounds
I wonder how much, because of all the litigation that's happened in the last 10 years or so, I wonder how much licensing that would be.
I don't know. I've never tried to
'Cause,
license anything before.
Yeah, it can be done, but if you're going to use something like that, and if you and it might actually be worth paying the license on it, depending on how much it is,
Yeah.
because then you'll be able to just give YouTube the finger as soon as they try and copyright strike it.
Yeah. Well, even with the cover though,
I mean,
even with a cover, I mean, you still open yourself up to
Yeah, there's still royalties
litigation.
on the IP.
Yeah.
But
I
royalties on
guess-
the IP may be cheaper than the actual recording. So it may
Yeah,
be worth looking into.
I could play that riff on guitar. Maybe I can change it slightly, like change enough notes where it's not copyright infringement.
And I agree with Bob. I have a lot of fun with AI, with ChatGPT and with Songer. I have a lot of fun with it. And the Songer to me got old pretty quickly. I made a bunch of stuff, recorded it, and I kind of have it saved. And it's like stupid songs. Like there was one, "Oops, my dick's gone." You know,
I feel like with generative AI, it has its uses, but they're pouring in, trillions of dollars, burning oceans of water, and that kind of is the summation of it. It's like, yeah, it's a little fun. Maybe you can use, you use it for creating images for your D&D game or your YouTube video, but if you like build a industry that would bring in the kind of money that justifies the money they're spending on it, yeah, I don't know about that.
yeah, I get that. I
Yeah, but what
use. Go ahead.
what you got to remember is that the uses it's being put to at the moment, that's just to generate revenue to pump back into developing the tech. Now, what they actually want the tech for when it is fully developed is to do things like programming, diagnostics, all of that stuff that is currently done by people, technicians and coders. Yeah. And they want AI in guidance systems and, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And the only way that they can offset the cost of developing this is to put it out to the public for puerile use, because they don't want anybody to take it and run away with it and do things like make an app that's going to make money on the stock market, do things in the realm of I don't want to use the T word on your channel and get you demonetized, struck off, or whatever. But should we say they don't want the wrong people getting hold of it. Yeah, that's why it's sandbox to the knuckle. And it makes it very frustrating just to use it for simple tasks. For example, updating a database with genre tags or what have you, because it can either do the research or it can it can amend your files It can't do both,
Both.
one or the other.
Yeah. Now I use ChatGPT a lot, and when I found that, in my opinion, the best use for AI is to use it to collaborate with it, to feed in your ideas and your words, tell it what you want, how you want things to sound or look, or how you want it laid out.
Yeah.
And it'll very like that give it
Yeah,
back to you
it's
the way
very
you
good at
ask.
that because it
Um,
is a large language model. It's
Right.
based on language. It's trained on language. So that's what it does.
So that's what I found the best use is for. I've used it to help me write scripts where I would write something that I'm thinking is fantastic, and then I give it to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT totally kisses my ass,
It
and
will
then
do
gives
that
me
even
back,
if it's good.
yeah, you're right, and then gives me back something that is close to what I wrote, but it's like slightly better. And it's
Or,
just like,
well, it's slightly
and I'm like,
different.
oh, this actually is okay.
It's slightly different. And yes, it's okay. But whether it's better or not, I don't know. Because I've fed it things and I've just asked it to look over and look for grammatical errors.
Right.
And it's rewritten it for me. And I'm like, no, I didn't want you to do that.
Yes, I've had that too. I've
Yeah.
had that too. Actually, I was working on a script with ChatGPT, and when it when it like rendered the entire final script, and I'm reading it and I'm looking, it gave itself lines.
Yeah.
And it's just like, bitch, who asked you to be in the video?
Yeah.
Well, it wants to be your
Yeah.
co-host.
Yeah, it wants to be, and I'm thinking maybe for this one video, I might actually do that and just have, the disembodied AI voice. It has an Australian accent.
Have you ever tried 11 Labs?
No.
So basically, you were talking about the disembodied voice. It
Mhm.
has a variety of AI generated voices, but you can also clone your own voice. So you
Mm.
could theoretically, like, have a script, have an idea for a script, have AI write you a fleshed out version of the script, take it to 11 Labs, create the audio of what sounds like you reading the script, and then boom, Bob's your uncle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have
Hell,
a
hell of a lot easier than how we're used to doing it.
I have
Wow.
a character on my show, on my radio show that I use, yeah, called Donut J. Trumpelstein. Guess whose voice it uses?
Yours?
No,
No, who?
Donald Trump.
Donut J. Trumpelstein's.
Look at that.
Yeah. And let me see if I can remember it. He comes on and he says, this is one of the latest ones that I've done. He says, hey, y'all. It's me, Donut J. Trumpelstein, your favorite Wob Vector sample. I just popped in to say high key, no shade, that's Sliver Shanks, which I'm told is Gen X for something or other, or it may be Jay-Z, I don't know. And they say to me, sir, can we have some more? And I say, yes, we can. You're welcome. Go me. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's meaningless. It's trash, but that's my show. It's just it's nonsense. But man, it's fun.
I have time with it. I am a fan, like I said, when I use it properly and you get, like a collaboration with it, I'm a fan of how that kind of pans out. If I let it do whatever it wants to do, then it just feels, it does that. I don't know, baby. Oh, hang on. I am blurry. It's not the
Yeah.
camera, it's me.
Did you forget to pencil do the outlines when you were putting your makeup on?
Oh yeah, I know. Now I didn't do it. Now I'm blurry. Hang on, I'm gonna turn the camera off.
Okay.
No,
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 there you go.
there it goes.
Don't touch it now. Leave it alone.
What's going on here? Now this
Whatever
is
that
weird.
was you did, Peach, remember it because it worked.
Yeah, it worked. What did you walk into? You walked into my blurry boobs, apparently.
Welcome to the
Sounds
clown
like
show. We
me.
got fools and knaves.
So and I was thinking that I would try to get a hold of all of these old hosts and see who we can drag back into taking an hour of the show just like we used to do. But then I was also thinking if I'm going to do it raising money for um Protect the Dolls, that it might be better if I just have a whole lot of LGBT, mostly T
Hey,
folks.
Mike.
Hey,
See, I told you old school was still here.
What's up there, AOD?
listen, I was in an Italian restaurant and you decided to start streaming. So it takes time for me to drive back home from the Italian restaurant.
I'm not complaining.
I was also at an Italian restaurant tonight.
Something about the atmosphere of this era of America makes me want to just eat ethnic food all the time.
Yeah.
I
Support
want to eat
local. and,
Rudy's
you know,
barbecue all the time.
yeah.
Yeah,
I had a
fajitas
ricotta.
today.
AOD, Armadillo of Death.
Okay. I'll take that one. The one I get confused with the most often is Alliance of Demons,
Hell
and
yeah.
I'm not with them.
I remember that.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah.
cool enough for them.
That was a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Alliance
I'm
of
just trying to
Demons, is that
remember
a
if-
metal
if-
band?
I'm not sure, but I
That
think
kind of-
Vicky might have
kind
been
of.
a member of the Alliance of Demons. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember. I think
They
she
had
might
the-
have been.
They had the aesthetic of maybe some metal.
Yeah, I think Vicky might have been in part of
Yeah,
that.
I think she
actually.
was, I think she was in the Alliance of Demons for a while.
Nerdy Dancing?
No, Exiled.
Exile.
Yes, that's true. And yeah, Miss Pure Fiction 007.
Yes,
aka
Pure
Nerdy
Fiction.
Dancing.
She was in there. Yeah.
Yes, we get along
But
fine now.
I remember. I do remember my wife talking about them. So
Mhm.
yes, she was.
The way that Nerdy is really harassing a harasser and stalking a stalker these days, Vicky would be proud. It's like her whole TikTok feed.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's why she hasn't visited me, because she's been too busy influencing over there.
It's possible.
I'm sorry, I actually don't know what this Alliance of Demons group you're referencing is now.
Okay. If you weren't better for it, I'd fill you in.
Fair
I
enough.
was going to say, who wants to do this?
I will say that there once was an era where this word ponage was thrown around a lot, and there was
Oh, I was there.
the helpful end where people were actually addressing people's arguments and using a little flair, and then there was the evil end of it, where we just kind of brush that aside now and say, yeah, that was back then.
For a short period of time, there were a couple of, for lack of a better term, internet gangs
Mhm.
that had formed. Alliance of Demons was one.
Yeah.
Wasn't like Hate Club another one?
Yeah,
Maybe an iteration or so, but
Yeah.
They were
But
more
there was
like
Alliance of
each other.
Demons. There was another one that they were fighting with all the time, because what's his name was in one of them. Oh my God, what was his name? He died.
He died.
William Cardno.
Oh,
Cardinal.
Oh, wow, that's a name I haven't heard for years.
Well, there is a bad connotation of AOD, but there's also a bad connotation to Flying Monkey. Because
There is.
while it was the name of a very reputable establishment where you could get some good sandwiches, it was also something that an evil person online used to say about her minions, Fly My Monkeys, you know. So there.
But that's just a nod to the Wizard of Oz.
Literally, there is a TV show right now where they have in their show, without having done any internet research whatsoever, they have put a podcaster in this story whose name is Agent of Doubt. Right? They've stolen my name and everything, so it's great for me
Sue 'em.
because
So
I can fade into obscurity now, because if you were to Google it in 3 years, if that show keeps on going, you know,
You're going to drop off the charts.
yes,
That's wild.
I'll be pushed to like the
Sure.
3rd or 4th page of Google, and I'll be able to, have my privacy like a proper German person has, where you can just erase yourself from the internet if you want.
Look,
you know?
Mike, it's all about, we were just discussing it before you came on. It's all about branding these days.
Yeah.
And they've taken your brand. They've taken your brand. Sue
Well,
them.
if they can score a touchdown with it, go ahead.
And if you can sue them and score a touchdown and actually get your foot on the housing ladder, do it.
I'm more pissed off at the people who lifted the footage of fires that I took and then put it in their news broadcasts and in their
Sue them
documentaries.
as well.
Yeah, them as well.
Yeah, sue
too
them
many.
as well.
But nowadays there's so much footage of fires that it's kind of ubiquitous now. But I was one of the first people to get my camera all hot and melty.
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking to myself that if it's good enough for the occupant of the White House, okay, to be able to sue himself as the U.S. government, yeah, and award himself 250 million in damages, yeah, because it's really damaging to get away with things like absconding with documents and shit like that. I mean, how dare the DOJ try and bring him to court for that? That's got to be worth at least 250 mil. And I'm thinking, if your president can get away with that, then you have a legitimate grievance, my friend.
In defense of our president, he did say that if he won, he would give the money to charity. He didn't say whether he would take that charity as a tax deduction, which I'm sure he probably would.
Of course he's gonna. He's gonna take 250 million in tax deduction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I do see the blatant.
The charity will be called the Trump Presidential Library. That's the name of the charity.
Yeah. It will. It will.
Well,
will
he
come
didn't
back.
need that much money to house the giant plane that he was given.
Well,
he needs to build a hangar for it.
his foundation folded, so he's in the market for a new one.
Yeah.
That'll be a good basis to start it off.
He's not going to have a presidential library, though.
No,
He's
it's
not
going to be an
leaving.
aircraft hangar.
It's a slush fund.
He's not leaving, though. That's kind of, I guess, the point. Like, he doesn't need a slush fund. He has the U.S. Treasury. He is currently right now. He's suing the Department of Justice for $230 million.
Oh, I thought it was 250.
Maybe by now.
Yeah, I was just saying to Mike, if he can get away with that, then Mike can sue for his, brand being taken.
You could sue for fucking anything. I mean, if he gets away with that, I committed a crime. You investigated that crime. Therefore, I'm going to sue you and win. That's just outrageous. But I mean, the money, he's using that money to pay for the ballroom. That's because what the ballroom is going to cost and how much he's looking for, it's pretty close. because he can't come up with the private funding for it. That he keeps saying that, oh no, the taxpayers aren't paying for this. It's
Yeah, he said
know,
he's already
private funding.
secured it.
Thing is, he can't legally do that though, but that's his plan. Because private funding would basically be the same as somebody giving him money, and that's a violation of the Constitution because it's like in like the first article, like the only pay he can receive from anything is his presidential salary. Anything else would be against the law. So.
Hmm. Yeah, but
I
I'm
think
sure.
I've
I'm
seen
sure
this
that if
show before. The one where he breaks the laws and goes against the Constitution and still gets his way. I've seen this one.
I know it's
Yeah.
fucking crazy, right?
It's like, wasn't this like last week's episode?
yeah, I was going to say this is just a rerun.
No, and something else too, like the lack of knowledge, the lack of general knowledge that Americans have about the White House complex is amazing to me. Absolutely astounding. There's still, right now, this minute, there's some yo-yo, some Yahoo out in, Little Rock Bumblefuck, typing on a Facebook feed, you fucking libs are crazy. They're only demolishing a covered walkway. The East Wing is fine, while looking at a picture of the East Wing flattened. And it's just like, dude, either you're fucking stupid or you're telling us don't believe our lying eyes.
That's what it is. Don't believe your lying eyes. Yeah, Trump is. This isn't the first time he's gone the what you're seeing isn't happening route.
Yeah, I'm talking about his followers though, because they're looking at the same picture I'm looking at, and they're saying, "Oh, that was just a covered walkway," and it's like, motherfucker, the entire building is gone.
Yeah, but the glorious leader has told them it's just a covered walkway, so that's all it is.
Yeah.
So what I
He
believe,
wouldn't lie to us.
what I believe it is they think that when you say like the East Wing or the West Wing, that you're talking about the one half of the residence building.
No. Yeah, but it's not.
But it's not. No, it's a whole separate building. And that building is now gone. But that's what I think. I think that they think it's when you say the East Wing, that they think it's the residence. Because they're stupid.
Maybe the problem is that we have a lot of people in our country that really like the royal family, and we have a lot of people in Britain, in certain parts of England in particular, that people really like the White House as a structure, as a symbol, and they're falling in love with. So like the people who love the White House are over there. And the people who are like in love with the royal family are here. Like we should trade them.
Yeah, I would vote for that. I would vote for a literal land swap. Just pick up all of our people and shove them on there, and pick up all yours and shove them over here. That works for me.
There's at least 2 viewers, Brian, who are going to see this later and realize that I'm talking about the end of your videos.
Yeah, I know. I know. And where is it? Where's my phone? I'll hold that thought.
I'm
So
holding
quick
pause.
story. While Brian's doing that, quick story. So in our town, right, we have our mayor he's a Trumper, and he's an asshole. He's one of those people who will tell you don't believe your lying eyes. So he had installed a clock that was supposedly donated with private funds, swearing that the taxpayers aren't paying for it, and he put this clock on an island in front of a shopping center on one of the main roads into town. And as you go down the hill, I saw it. Yeah, the White House.
Mm-hmm. The
Okay,
White House.
so you see
It's also my desktop on this machine, but it's not the White House. This is the White Hutch.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't say Washington; it says Horsham.
Yeah, it's completely not a copyright issue.
Yeah, not
Wild.
because it's not the White House. It's not even the same font. So there you go.
So there you go. So anyway, so they had this clock installed, right? And as you're coming down the road into town, there's the light post that holds the traffic light is in front of the clock. And so every time he posts about the clock, I will say something like, "Oh, you mean with the lamppost that's blocking it?" Right?
Ooh.
And he said there is no lamppost blocking the clock. And I said to him, I drive past it every day. You're telling me to not believe my own eyes? And then I said, oh, no, I know. I don't speak French, but Lieutenant, c'est moi?
The star, it's me.
Yeah, I am the state.
Oh yeah, the state is me.
Yeah, I am the state. So somebody asked me about it.
Is the star.
Somebody on Facebook said, that's a very scholarly quote. I'm like, dude, the guy is telling me that something I can see isn't real, and just believe him because he's the mayor. No, he's basically saying, I am the state.
Yeah.
I actually was there today, and I took a picture of the clock, because all the pictures they take are from angles where you can't see the lamppost. So I'm going to post it on Facebook later. I'm saying this is the clock that you can't see that the mayor says is perfectly visible.
Yeah, that's one thing that's interesting that's happened to our politics is because, like you said, there's that person on Facebook who is so gullible and so, up the ass of right-wing propaganda that they're going to sit there and say, like, no, it's not happening. Who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? And then there's the mayors. There's people like the mayor and other people in right-wing politics. And they go, okay, our voters are so gullible that reality is whatever we say it is. And they will be our little flying monkeys if anybody challenges us. So we don't have to debate reality or acknowledge reality any longer, because we have an army of gullible morons who will believe whatever we say.
Right-wing politicians have learned to employ troll army mentality that we pretty much kind of perfected on YouTube 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's been lifted.
It's been lifted. They use it. They use it to pretty great effect.
I learned something the other day. Who was it that was doing a stream on it? Chris Mouty was doing a stream on groypers. And I did not know what a groyper was. So I looked it up.
Yeah, I didn't know either until
You shouldn't.
Yeah. I looked it up.
I don't recommend.
Do you know where it stems from? The whole groyper culture?
No.
Fuentes.
Do you remember Pepe the Frog?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pepe is their mascot.
Yeah. Hey, it's what's his name? Nick Fuentes.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it's basically
the non-white white
lot
supremacists
that have moved from YouTube and into politics.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's again the whole, the troll mentality and they're
And
flying.
you want to know who the biggest groyper is, just on behavior alone?
Donald Trump.
So,
Yeah, new commander-in-chief.
Mhm.
Raven, we had it out on the internet, and I can't remember where our back and forth was, but I was about me passing out flags and watching certain people like in disgust not want to take a flag from me while I'm in my VFW uniform. And you said that you see a lot of liberal people who love to see you and the American flag when you're out doing politics.
When we when the county fair rolls around every year, we sit inside the Democrat tent and we hand out flags to people, and they love taking them.
And they love taking them from you. And what I've realized is, since that back and forth we had, is that me being in a VFW uniform as a veteran, they've assumed that I lean a certain way. And it is the more liberal people who don't want to take a flag from me because they think
Could
that
be.
it carries other meaning.
So when we're in the tent, we'll have people that'll come in and ask, you know, do you have flags? Should we have a flag? I don't believe for a minute that the left views the American flag as negative or that they don't want to be associated with it because of the assumption that the right wing owns the flag. Like I completely disagree with that mentality, which was in essence what you had said was happening.
And I do
I'm like, I
believe that.
completely disagree
I
with
do
that.
know people who are liberal who do not have as many flags as they used to because they think that it carries a certain meaning to it. In fact, I've had consultations with people on video in my practice where if I'm drinking the wrong coffee cup and I have an American flag coffee cup in my lineup, if I just drink from that cup for a second, all of a sudden they get this, wait a second.
See, but it's not the flag that they're having an issue with. It's the flag. It's the point. It's the fact that you're displaying the flag in a way that's just beyond on the flagpole. You
No,
walk around with flags all over the place.
it's a
People
clue
from
to
all
them
over
that
the
I
world
might
are gonna
be
look at you
a
funny.
conservative. They definitely are
They're
picking up
going
on
to
it.
assume that's what I'm saying though. Like if you just have like I have a flag on my house. Right now I have a pride flag, but I have for most of the year I have the American flag out. I don't think people think that we are right
Because
wing
people
because we
think
have the. But
different.
not everybody knows who we are.
No, I agree. I agree with him. I think a lot of people, especially on the left, when they see someone displaying the flag, it immediately elicits a particular assumption about that person, that they are a jarhead, that they are a
Establishment.
wingnut who is being nationalistic rather than patriotic, and that
And
they
what I'm saying is, if you're obviously under the Democrat tent or obviously not conservative by your presence,
Right, they might feel more
see
comfortable
the
taking
same
the
thing that
flag.
I'm seeing.
I can see that. I can see that.
I think that's his point.
Yeah.
Because people know who you are and they can see that you're clearly not a lunatic, then they're
Well, the original point, because this was going back to a Facebook post where we kind of had a back and forth on Facebook, where he was saying that Democrats or liberals, leftists, have a negative view of the American flag because they see it as being like intrinsically right wing. And I'm like, I
Tainted.
disagree with
I
that.
would agree with that.
Tainted, like somebody peed in their pool.
I know, I would agree with that sentiment.
But if they're perfectly happy to take the flag and wave it, if it's from a liberal, then it's not so much the flag that feels tainted. It's the person that they think is handing it to them.
It's the context in which
Mhm.
It's the context in which it's
So-
received.
I handed my niece a couple flags that I had saved because I've been repairing the ones we don't give away at the VFW and gluing the little tops back on. And I gave her a few because I thought, if more people at the No Kings protests are waving American flags, it makes it a lot harder for, people to make AI videos of shitting on them, even though
How
there's
many
American flags in those
American
videos
flags
getting
were
shat
out?
on.
No,
Tons.
tons. And that's an argument. That's what we were talking about.
High, like 5.
Yeah, there is the argument that, and I've seen it several places on Facebook, that what a shame it is that there were no American flags at the No Kings protest. All these other foreign flags with no American flags, and I'm like, that is just absolute
I
bullshit.
saw some.
In my town, especially, every other person's holding an American flag, either this size or bigger, and it's almost like they chose to do it as a point. Like, no, we're actually Americans who don't like him.
And I can see people bringing their flags to those rallies
Mhm.
in order to make the point. Yes, we are proud to be American. We love our country and our flag. It's that fucking asshole. We have a
I
problem.
even saw footage of some woman. I don't know where it was, but some woman was haranguing somebody because they the flag that they had wasn't an American flag. And she was haranguing them because it's like, no, this is about America. This is about, current events in America. You don't bring your I think you
There's
mentioned
somebody-
it in your video
I did
about
make a video about that. Yeah, there was a
yeah.
discussion between somebody who had an Israeli flag and somebody who had a Palestinian flag both at the No Kings event, and they
Yeah.
didn't like each other.
Yeah.
Where did this come from? Is
This is my sign that I made. Took me quite a while to make it, but you were talking about the No Kings protest, so I just thought I'd share
That's
this.
a nice pun.
the Third Reich?
I feel like I thought of the phrase, but I'm not probably the only or first person to use that.
We didn't take any pictures of ourselves at the No Kings rally. I just realized that. I took pictures of the boys, but not of ourselves. So, well, not that we ever have signs, but like we always wear attire in lieu of signs because we can't hold.
It's
We
hard
can't
to
hold signs if we're holding
the
boys.
kids. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why they invented the printed T-shirt.
Well, exactly. That's what we always do.
I was wearing a Veterans Against Trump
Me too.
shirt with the American flag on it.
My niece,
I am an old school patriot.
my niece isn't watching, but after seeing this one, I decided to go ahead and buy her and her girlfriend some inflatable costumes because I think that it adds to the show. I got her a giant dragon one.
Good thing it wasn't a
Her
giant.
girlfriend, it's a dead unicorn skeleton with a rainbow mane to it.
Okay.
I felt like it was their styles, you
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
I
But,
wish I
uh,
did.
Good thing it wasn't an inflatable penis costume.
You took the
somebody
words
did that
right
and they
out
got
of my mouth.
You know what? I would because of my humor, but they're lesbians. They're never going to touch it. You know, like
Literally, never gonna touch it.
Not even ironically.
no, they're Subaru drivers. I'm telling you, like all the way.
Hey, those are really good cars.
Yeah,
a Subaru.
We used to have a Subaru.
Oh, watch it. Peach is a Subaru driver.
Not me though. I have a Chevy.
No,
Yeah.
see now I'm an EV driver.
Yeah.
Is that like super gay?
A what? A CV?
EV.
EV.
Please tell me it's not a Tesla.
No,
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 it's a Citroen.
no,
A
it's
Citroen
it's a-
CV.
Huh?
Citroen CV.
No, electric vehicle.
EV.
Oh, an EV.
Yeah, no, it's a Nissan Aria.
Oh,
It's a nice car.
I can say,
Yeah,
I need gas though.
CVs. The Citroen CV. I thought that was a relic from the 70s.
Know what that is?
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
car was designed in California and built in Alabama. So
Well, aren't you?
Mitsubishi Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
Given a Japanese name.
Built in states with no labor laws.
You know,
There
they
you go.
got smart to that, and after the first year, they're not making them in Alabama anymore because they started to learn about fair wages and all that.
You mean I got rights?
Uh-huh.
The tiny dinosaurs here. Hey, Dana.
But no, I was going to say, am I the only one who regrets not investing in those inflatable costume companies like a month ago?
Right?
You still have time. There's apparently going to be a third No Kings protest whenever.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, who would have thought that gay unicorns and frogs would be our heroes?
Time.
Brian,
Guys, what a
I
time
just
to
want you to see this tart that I baked today
Ooh, that looks delicious.
because I still maintain that I am more British than you.
You probably are.
Actually, I might be too.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if we can have half of this or 2/5.
My, what was it? 23andMe genetic testing thing said that I'm like 89.7% British, Scottish, and Irish. So
Yeah, mine's up there like that too. Yeah, it's really high.
Mine's actually not boring.
There you go. That's the Citroen CV.
What am I looking at?
That's a Citroen CV.
Oh, okay.
yeah, so that looks like the sort of car that was only in Europe. That's why it went over our heads.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you see that soft top? That actually sort of zips back. And I remember in the 70s there was a as part of the self-sufficiency fad drive era.
I've probably
And
seen one on
people
my
actually
TikTok.
put AstroTurf on the roof. They AstroTurf the roofs of those things.
Alrighty.
So I'm 14% English.
Oh, I am way more English than you.
I know, because you white.
Mhm.
Did the Flying Monkey ever have large burgers, like large patties, like handmade?
Yeah.
Yes.
Were any of them using an entire pound of meat?
Wasn't there one that was?
I think we did do 1 pound burgers. Yeah. Why?
Okay. So I know that this is me giving more of our intellectual property over to other people, right? But like, what if we took like the McDonald's quarter pounder and we put 4 patties on it, right? We call it the McPounder, right?
Get sued.
We call it the McPounder and we just put it on the menu, right? And then we let nature take its course, right? We could be done with this whole thing by the end of the year.
Oh, okay. I gotta. This may seem random.
I was just gonna say real quick, with as many, Big Macs that the orange one probably puts away every week, clearly that plan isn't gonna work.
We just got to lean into it.
Why?
Lean
Get him
into the
hooked on-
McPounder.
Get
Okay.
him hooked on the McPounder, and hell, you'll have a White House contract within a month.
What were you gonna say, Peter?
I was gonna say this may seem random, but just what you were the subjects made me think of a joke that now bear in mind this joke was told to me by my former stepsister who was born in England. She said, "What is the difference between an English person and a Scottish person?" An English person says, "Hey you, get off of my cloud," and a Scottish person says, "Hey McCloud, get off me you."
Oh,
Drunk.
Ugh.
good.
No, that would have been Irish, though. No.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Actually, if you want to go with the stereotypical memes, it would be the Welsh.
The Welsh.
Yeah, the English and the Welsh.
So, Raven, this is what I'm doing tomorrow morning. I'm going to put on that VFW uniform that makes me look like somebody I'm not. I'm going to stand outside of a supermarket in a very conservative neighborhood, and people are going to give me boxes of food. This works, right? I do it once a month, but this month it's a little bit bigger because they're cutting off food stamps and whatnot. But anyways, I pass out these flyers, and people will look at it as a shopping list, and they bring me baskets of food, and they just give it to me on the outside. And we collect food for the local food bank, right? And then every hour, on the hour, they got this girl with purple hair and a nose ring that's driving a truck, and we give all the food to her, right? And she drives it back to the food bank, where all of the people employed at that food bank are very, social justice-y. And they're not the kind of people who can stand outside of the grocery store and get food given to them. But I'm calling it our great bait and switch mission. You know, like, it's so cool. We just stand there and get all the food, and then they take it away for us, and people are going to get fed.
So you're switching bait.
Yeah, yeah. And I have no problem with people looking at that VFW costume and thinking the wrong thing and giving me food. Last time I got like 19 gallons of milk.
That's a lot of milk.
Yeah. We have a little ice chest outside. You know, I can take like 4 or 5 of them at a time. Gotta play Tetris with, like, when people get me fresh chicken, because that's on the list.
So I have, well, I'm changing the subject,
Mhm.
but also I have a theory.
Go ahead.
About the potential future of the U.S. If Trump continues to do a lot of the stuff that he's doing,
Mhm.
firing federal workers and Congress being Congress the way it is right now, there is the possibility that the federal government could just collapse. And I don't think we're all that far off from it right now. So what I'm thinking, you have answers? Not even. I have answers. Anyway, what I'm thinking is that the federal government could just collapse.
Mhm.
And I think a lot of people believe that that would result in, or could be partly caused by, a civil war, and about, you know, people like shooting at each other. And I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, Peter's thing is changing. Anyway,
Sorry, I'm just
there it
messing
goes.
with something. I didn't.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's got OBS going on.
I don't see it breaking out into war, but what I see happening is states leaning on their neighbor states that are culturally similar, politically similar, and forming confederacies and collaborations, kind of similar to what the West Coast is doing with healthcare and what the Northeast is doing with healthcare. Like New Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and I think Delaware, have all gotten together for the healthcare services that aren't being provided by the government, by the federal government. And I think that's what's going to end up happening. So you'll end up with like these confederacies, like of like maybe the New England states or like the Pacific
question.
states.
If the federal government collapses,
Mhm.
does that effectively render Trump little more than just head of the army?
Yeah, yes, king of the ashes.
And it would be like the biggest thing in his collection of things that he's run into the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would.
You know how they're like doing this, trying to get a couple Democrats to vote their way to pass the budget, so that they'll say that will reopen the government, and none of the Democrats are buying it, and they're trying to blame it on the Democrats, right?
Right.
Come the first, when everybody doesn't get SNAP benefits, they're going to say, well, it's the Democrats' fault because they didn't,
Right.
we didn't get enough of
They
them.
already are.
So,
And it'll work.
Yeah, shutdown's
some
already
of their own people will believe it, but it's going to be really hard for them to prove when we all tell them there's a contingency fund that the president could just order to be used, and he's not going to, because it's actually a policy to starve people.
Right.
When I learned about this contingency fund, I was like, they have a what? And it's for what? It's for government shutdowns? Because they've happened before and they've threatened people's ability to eat. So we actually have a contingency fund that runs outside of the budget. What? And he's not going to use it? He's going to intentionally inflict all this hunger on
Well, I mean,
people?
look at all of the food that they burn for USAID.
Mhm.
Like millions of pounds of food that they burned it instead of giving it to kids, and kids died.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't give a shit about that. They don't give a shit. Trump does not care. He has zero fucks to give, to take, anything. He has zero fucks.
Yeah.
He's having too much fun flying jet airplanes in his imagination.
Yeah, yeah.
In your chat, I saw Bob McDermott, and he's been leaving comments on a lot of like-minded channels. And I'll just say that outside of this back and forth I had with Kazoom, you know, which a lot of people were having fun with,
Mhm.
I have been planning this one video, and all it is a point-by-point response to Pete Hegseth's speech, right? And what I'm finding is they used to talk about like 10, 15 years ago, that Gish Gallop, where you can say so many wrong things that it's like impossible for the other side to like counter every point in a very pithy
Mhm.
way.
Gish Gallop.
The Gish Gallop. I think like the entire Trump presidency is a Gish Gallop. Like there's just so much shit thrown out there.
Yep.
Yeah.
You cannot counter it all because
Yeah,
everything is wrong. Everything is a broken law.
his first term was the same way. It's just that he didn't try to do as much as he's trying to do now.
Steve Bannon called it flooding the zone with shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
In his
On the first presidency
administration.
he was laying the preparation work.
We all
'Cause
saw it.
he fully expected to do 2 terms end to end, but when that didn't come off, it's like, okay, right, well, we need to get everything in place so that we can just do it and do it effectively when we get back in.
Mhm.
But that kind of goes back to what I was saying about a while ago, that I feel like, I want to make content that addresses the moment, but it's easy to just be caught in the flood of shit pouring out rather than address more underlying things. It's like if you're constantly chasing what they're doing, as serious as it is, and it again, just you're playing their game rather than addressing the more underlying cultural things, beliefs within our society, lowest common denominator beliefs, or whatever it is that's underlying all of this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're not gonna vote him out of office with "I'm not Trump" messaging. That's not going to work. You got to actually have an actual plan, and the only way you're going to do that and come up with that is to actually discuss the issues and have policy, actual policy, and it needs to be demonstrably better than what he's doing.
No. I have my doubts. I just don't think that would work anymore. I don't think people would be willing to listen. I think the polarization is so bad. I mean, you have members of the administration saying openly that the opposition party every one of them are active terrorists who really don't deserve to live. And this is the administration that's currently in power. And people, for whatever reason, tend to be dumb as rocks. And they say, oh, well, if the sitting administration says that, my buddy next door, Jim, who's a Democrat, is a terrorist, he must be. So, I'm probably just going to, put a bullet in him through his window while he's, shaving in the morning. Because we don't need that terroristic shit borrowing my drill anymore. I mean, It's fucking ridiculous. It's so stupid. It's painful.
That's why I don't think there's any coming back from this.
Yeah, I don't either. I do believe we're cooked, as a country, because the polarization is so bad, because the radicalization is so bad, that there are people who believe if you have a D next to your name, or if you vote in that direction, you are a terrorist. It's
Well, that's a fucking depressing point of view.
Yeah.
And then when I go home for Thanksgiving, like it has been for the last 3 years, the Fox News that is off in the distance in the living room at my parents' place will have this story that they keep recycling of how it's wrong for your liberal kids to cut you off and not talk to you anymore. Right? And how do you get them back? How do you get them back to the table where you can,
See,
say some more Fox News talking points to them?
that's something that I think that is, as much as you may say, like, it's pointless and we're cooked, maybe in the long run, but you're also right that it has definitely gotten to them, being cut off from their loved ones. I think that came as a shock to them, because they live in a, we're going to treat this very seriously, but the moment you take it seriously, we're going to pretend like politics doesn't matter. And I think with the Charlie Kirk situation, that they, like, you could see in the reaction to that there was a kind of, it unlocked what I'll call like a Hobbesian fear, like a primal fear that, maybe some people aren't just going to lay down and be subjugated. Oh, maybe we're not just going to magically, be able to create our version of society based on dominating other people and subjugating other people. Maybe there's like something in what we're doing that we have to be afraid of. And it triggered some like deep-seated fear in them.
people that are like shooting people and taking shots at people, and they're all their people. It's just the calls coming from inside the house.
But on it, like,
well, I don't know, the thing that's got so many people motivated these days, from what I've seen, is the Charlie Kirk shooting.
And that was one of theirs.
Well, I don't know.
No, that was one of
I'm not
theirs.
convinced. I'm not convinced.
That it was one of theirs?
I don't know which side it came from, quite frankly. Yeah, because there's the T-shirt, and there's I don't know, there's all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I don't know. On
There's not. There's a lot of stuff that was made up by the right wing, but most of it's just bunk. I mean, it's nonsense. It's like they said, oh, there's a trans boyfriend, but your trans girlfriend is what they meant. But that's what turned out not to be true.
So it was believable to me because I could believe that somebody on the right would be a chaser.
Yeah,
I've
but it
seen
turns
that.
out there's no evidence that person was trans.
Yeah.
Like they're saying they were trans because they were wearing a onesie with an animal head with the ears and stuff. That's why they were basing the trans.
But
thing.
why would somebody on the right shoot somebody on the right? This is what I don't get.
But all of the shooters of people on the right have all been right wingers.
Yeah. Like,
Why
All of them.
Why shoot somebody from your own side?
Because they're crazy.
because it's called being even further to the right. But the point that I was getting at was not who did it, but in the immediate aftermath, before they knew who did it, what they were projecting about who it was and what it meant revealed a lot about how they actually thought and felt.
Yes.
And personally, with all this Fox News saying, it's wrong that your kids have cut off contact with you, I feel that a lot of those people who have such negative opinions of liberals, are all of you familiar with the term from wrestling, kayfabe? Like the fakeatry behind wrestling. To them, it's all a giant wrestling match. And Democrats are, like the Iron Sheik or some comic book villain wrestling character. And then when they have to face reality that, these people that they're demeaning are actually their loved ones and their children, and those people feel afraid of the politics that their parents are espousing, so they're cutting themselves off from their parents. Suddenly, like the kayfabe of it is broken when somebody when they think that the left wing, when they convince themselves that some left wing person might come after them with violence. Suddenly, like, oh, wait a minute, there might actually be consequences. They had, regardless of who did what, why, they had a moment where they had to contemplate that possibility. That the kayfabe of it, like, was ruptured, and they might think there's a reality behind this where my kids might stop speaking to me. That there might be consequences for being this sort of person in public, and it burst their bubble where politics is all just a joke and a game, and they can shout and boo and hiss at the Democrats.
I mean, as far as the shooters, all of them, all of them were Republicans, shooting Republicans, all of them.
Well,
And
even the
every
one that
single
took
one of
pot
them,
shots at Trump.
every single one of them, before they would like identify who the shooter was, or before they knew who it was, or before any investigation happened, for every one of them, Fox News would go on the air and say, this liberal, this socialist, or this whatever, and make stuff up completely, make it up, and say things like the Democrats are dangerous and they're terrorists and they're shooting people up, and all of them were right wingers, every one of them.
As much as I miss her, I'm glad she's not here to see this. She'd be heartbroken.
What was yeah? What was Bob's question?
Okay, so that back and forth I had with Kazoom, I took a pause on it because he had a video that was kind of, it was real. It was a real moment where he had just come back from a store, and he expected someone to put the separator at the checkout in between the groceries. And it turned into a shoving match of a shopping cart. And then Kazoom was beat up by the other person, who happened to be a black woman. And so Kazoom made a video where he was saying that, it's their culture and stuff like that. And it was, it was something that I didn't feel fit our back and forth, and also I needed to talk to him personally about behind the scenes and try to work on something that was some really ingrained racism there. And Bob's asking, like, why didn't I respond to that video? It's because I talked behind the scenes to him about it. And
In complete honesty, Michael.
yeah.
Michael, we'll be completely honest here. Are you surprised that Kazoom has ingrained racism?
That one did surprise me. Where he went with that, it was and those two videos that back to back had that thought process of his, that he just throws his thoughts out into the internet. They're there. But that actually was kind of like, if he was going to make any video to get me to stop wanting to have a back and forth, it was that.
That was the one.
And
yeah,
so,
I mean,
yeah,
he doesn't seem like he thinks. Full stop. He just doesn't seem like he thinks. He doesn't have common sense.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like he has any of his own beliefs, and that a lot of things he believes are implanted into his head through some kind of magical, I don't know,
Part of
like
my back and forth
transporter
with it was
technology
to
from
say
the
that it was
radio or the
the people in
TV.
his comments section. It's like he's trying to please them. And he's been wrestling with that since and making more videos about how he's not going to please people on the right anymore. They're never going to be his friend and all that. And it's progress. But that one outburst that he made in a video right after getting beat up, and he was like visibly shaken in the video, right? He even put on the title of the video, he shouldn't post the video. And I'm like, yeah, you should not put that out there.
But did he say why he shouldn't post the video?
I think we all understood it, but no.
Well, I mean, just because like you might understand why he did it, that might not be the reason why he did it, though. Then you know what I mean? Like he might be thinking, I shouldn't post this video because it's wrong. He might be thinking, I shouldn't post this video because liberals are going to come screaming at me and make me regret posting it.
They might save it for posterity just for a gotcha moment later. Which
You could be thinking that too.
It'd be fair game
I
if
have a
someone
hard
did.
time believing that he can be made to see that he actually did something wrong. And he might agree with you that, oh, yeah, you're right. Maybe I'm overreacting and I haven't given this enough thought and I have to deal with this, internal racism. But that doesn't mean he's really thinking that. He might just be thinking, I'm going to tell Michael this just so he can leave me alone about it.
Well, he's been having a lot of his thought process in like snapshots of how he's feeling that hour, and then the next snapshot you'll see progress, but the horrible snapshot is out there.
Okay, so
He does his thinking out loud.
Yeah, and so there's progress, but I'd say if you're always trying to please people in your comment section that are right leaning, and you have this pathological need to please people, you're
Yeah.
gonna get twisted to the right like that.
That's the unfortunate problem.
Yeah, it's that need for belonging that gets some people to create YouTube channels.
And it's not having the confidence in your own views.
Yeah, that's interesting because I have this theory that so much of what we've experienced with the sort of right-wing backlash where they believe like everyone's so sensitive nowadays, everyone's so politically correct, a lot of this backlash towards the left from essentially conservative right-wing people, it comes down to the culture shock of the internet, because in prior times they were insulated from the opinions of other people, and a lot of people can't seem to wrap their brains around that like commenting on the internet suddenly turns them into a public figure, and they can no longer read the room. They'll say things that they would never say in a room full of thousands of strangers, but they'll say it to thousands of strangers, and then like they're in their own social milieu, they never heard any sort of pushback, never got any sort of pushback, and then suddenly they go on the internet and it's like, what?
It's a real
People
shock.
don't people push back to my my point of view. People don't, this isn't the time or the place for my like casual isms, and then they get upset at the pushback, and they blame it on the sensitivity, where it's like, no, you were just sheltered before.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why throughout history, the vast majority of our species never went more than 10 miles from the place they were born. Yeah, all the traveling was done by I mean, we used to have a name for it. There used to be at least one member of every family or village grouping that would go off on the wanders, wouldn't feel right staying in the village, would have to get the wanderlust and go out and, I don't know, become a trader or become a sailor or do something. And we used to have a name for them. We used to call them black sheep. And yeah, they were the ones that used to go off and spread the genetics and what have you. And it's a species thing.
On a similar note, I think everyone in America needs a passport, and they need to just visit another country.
That's
Everyone.
why, yeah, travel broadens the
Things
mind.
would be a lot different if just everyone just like spun a globe, put their finger down, and just went.
Yeah.
So,
Back in the 70s and 80s, that used to be a thing. Yeah, when you left college, you went and you did Europe for a year. That's what you guys used to do. I know, because I met a lot of people in Spain that were doing exactly that back in the 80s.
We couldn't afford it anymore.
Yeah. That's because austerity politics kicked in. Thanks,
Reagan.
Maggie. Thanks, Ronald.
Yeah.
I also
So,
think this,
okay, well, going back to Kazum, I mean, okay, here's the thing. I went and I checked. I was having a back and forth with him on video back in, where'd it go? 2014, right? In my video, Fowler's in the Attic. There's actually other videos around that one, but it was the whole thing about like he had issues with sex. I don't remember all of it, but it was around the time where he had this thing about it was okay to catcall women because they should just take it as a compliment.
Well,
I
to be
mean-
fair, there is a contingent of womanhood that actually does enjoy getting catcalled.
Oh, I do.
Believe it or not.
I do, but I don't think.
You're a member. Okay.
yeah.
Are you card carrying?
It's affirming.
If I ask you to present your card now, can you present it for
No,
me?
I mean, it's affirming for me. It makes sense. Do you know what I mean? Like
There
if
you
I'm
go,
walking
you
down
see?
and somebody say, "Hey, mommy," I'm like, "That's right."
I have to say, Raven, you are rocking the grandma look. You absolutely nailed it.
I don't know if that's good.
Yeah, it is. That's good. You've
Does that-
nailed it.
Does that really count as a cat call? Is that the best you have?
I'm not catcalling.
No, you're not.
I'm not into nailing grandparents.
It's true. I'm not a grandma. Not
No,
yet.
I'm a great grandparent, Mike.
So here's the thing, Bob McDermott. Yeah, I don't hate Kazum, right? But yeah, I get frustrated with the kinds of stuff that he says. He repeats the most ridiculous bullshit. And Brian, I said this to you on Discord a couple weeks ago, that how long do we just in general have to spoon feed Kazum reality before he can think about it on his own?
Well, like
It's been
I
11
said
years.
to you then,
the
like I
answer is
said to
blown
you
in the
then,
wind.
yeah, it's a personal choice. Yeah, it's a personal choice. When you feel you've invested enough and that's it. That's it. That's your choice to make.
Yeah, and I no longer respond to a lot of his stuff because that was my personal choice. I was like, I'm done.
There you
It's like,
go.
I'm done with you because you never seem to catch on. Common sense eludes you. I mean, this was the guy who went on the rant about superheroes. And it's like, you really need to like pick a new fucking battle because
I
it's
could
just
go on a
dumb.
rant about superheroes.
Huh?
I could go on a rant about superheroes.
Oh, I mean, all kinds of stuff, right? But I mean, he like talks about it like it's the end of society and doesn't understand how stories work.
Well, it is. I mean, have you seen the damage those metas do? I mean, so I'm surprised you've got any cities left standing.
Yeah, the Avengers, they messed up a lot of cities.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
and-
you know,
War countries.
the
They go
Flash
somewhere
just
else.
running through, Flash just running through New York.
I know.
That's going to shatter a whole bunch of windows. How much is that to replace? All those cars' windscreens shattering as well.
Yeah.
Tired.
Buildings collapsing.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you.
Good night, baby.
Right.
Off.
Yes, I'm tired.
Have a good night.
Good to see you. Ciao. Sleep well.
So
never
I think we've always
been
had
corporate.
superheroes like in our tales, like Homer's Odyssey, and like Hercules from the Greek pantheon, and
Well, okay. So that was the
Well,
discussion,
the
right?
first superheroes were gods. Let's be honest here.
Yeah. Right. I mean, that was the discussion. Like, Kazuma's just like, oh, it's so stupid. Superhero, oh, it's, it's all of these ancient or these old ideas. It's never anything new. And it's like, but it's always that way. Like, everything, you go to the movies or you read a book or anything, no matter how current it is, that story's already been told.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same stories are being retold over and over and over again, and
Yeah.
they're updated and they're changed and to meet modern times. But
And do you know why?
why?
Because it is built into our DNA to tell stories, to teach by. And
I
the lessons we learn through stories
Right,
are generally life lessons.
right. But see, he doesn't understand that,
Oh.
and he like fought against that. And I tried to explain to him like the heroes. Oh my God, why am I drawing a blank?
Here with 1,000 Faces.
No, the story.
Hero's Journey.
The
Hero's
hero's
Journey.
journey. And he wasn't catching that. And I'm just like, Luke Skywalker as a perfect example of the hero's journey. I mean, it's the Odyssey. I mean,
We're
it's,
not talking about the trip to Tatooine. I mean,
well, no, nobody talks about that. But
no, I mean, trying to sort of get inside
what
the brain of
happens?
the brain of Kazum.
What
there's-
happens on Tatooine stays in that.
Yeah, but there's two ways to interpret the hero's journey.
Yeah, but look, he doesn't interpret
You've
it
got
at
it.
all.
You've got the personal growth. That's a journey,
Right.
and that's what you're referring to. But for example, in Jason and the Argonauts, you've got the literal voyage,
Right.
and there is a literary distinction in storydom where the hero's journey is a literal journey.
Right. But even that in and of itself is symbolic of something else, though. It's symbolism.
Yeah.
But he doesn't understand symbolism.
I've got an
Some
example.
of us can't.
I've got an example of a story from the ancient times that is just an echo of what's happening today, right now, with one of us. If you look at the story of Sisyphus, there is a through line through history to Brian and his alter ego, Long John Sliver, on Wolfman Radio, right?
Mhm.
There's an overlap between them because they both keep pushing the same old rock.
Yes, we do. We do.
And honestly, all these superheroes destroying buildings and stories being about teaching people life lessons, and that's the way people learn. What could be more American than the lesson that civilian casualties do not matter?
There you go.
When I saw the reaction to the Superman movie, I knew that superhero movies still need to be made because just the realization that he's an immigrant, he's an alien, just that right there. Like people it's like they never paid attention to the story ever before, and it's so meaningful
Yeah,
in
but
this
you don't-
time.
But you don't even have to be an alien. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm watching The Flash at the moment, the series. And as a prelude to that, I watched the new movie. And there's a scene in the beginning of it, yeah, where he's there's like a building collapsing and he's saving all of these babies. Saving the baby, 5 babies fall out of a building. He saves them and the nurse. But all of the other nurses that fell down the back with the rest of the building and all the people that all the rubble fell onto, who gave a crap about them? Nobody. That's who.
He put one of the babies in a microwave.
Yes. And it pinged. Yeah. Yeah. Who'd want to be the parent of that kid growing up? I mean, talk about I don't know about vaccines causing autism. Certainly microwaving a kid got to do something.
It's like something out of Reefer Madness. I got so
Yeah.
high, I put my baby in a microwave.
Yeah.
People freaked out about him saving a squirrel. That was a major point of contention for a lot of people. How
The
stupid
kindness
it's not to
thing.
save a squirrel.
They really didn't like the whole kindness. They thought that was too woke.
I'd
Yeah, they
stop
didn't
and
like the
save the
kindness.
squirrel.
Sorry?
I'd stop and save the squirrel.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
And yes, right. Superman stuck up for people who resembled Palestinians. That upset a lot of people too.
I will say that the guy that Hawkwoman dropped did look a lot like Netanyahu, and had the same kind of temperament as well.
Mhm.
So yeah,
And he was actually, I thought he was kind of Trumpish.
well, the Likud party and the Republican Party do have a lot in common.
Why was the squirrel an immigrant? Good.
Was it? It depends. I can't. Was it a red squirrel or a gray squirrel?
You know, I didn't get a good enough look. I don't know.
I don't know how to type squirrels.
SQU.
No. I don't know how to sort squirrels.
Yeah. He didn't want to. He did.
Oh my goodness.
Stop. He didn't want to kill the kaiju either. He wanted to put it somewhere where they could research it. So
Yeah.
woke. And here's what's fucked up is I personally really like the Henry Cavill Superman. I'm not one of the, the Schneider bros or nothing like that. I just like Henry Cavill's he's hot. I'm sorry.
Well,
He's
if
a
I was
beautiful-
Superman, I'd keep the kaiju as a pet.
He was a beautiful, beautiful man. And one of the critiques of the Man of Steel was he allowed so many people to get hurt. He caused so many people to get hurt. He wasn't super enough. And I think Gunn tried to go way to the other extreme and made him very, very, very kind and saving people-y, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I just think he just went to the other extreme. And it upset a lot of people, especially the Snyder Bros.
And all the right wing people who think compassion and empathy are weaknesses that should be
Weaknesses, yeah.
expunged from society.
Well, I have a question. For those people. If empathy and kindness are such weaknesses, then why does Jesus of Galilee rate them as virtues?
Clearly, the squirrel was brown. I just saw that.
Well, coming up on November 1st, we're going to see a lot of people cheering the not feeding their hungry neighbors. And I just don't square that with, classic out of the book, read it myself Bible. But I can see how the bleached white version of American Jesus might stand for that. But
Well, the bleached white American version of Jesus has got tattoos, has got a 6-gun in his back pocket, and just goes around going "Hooga, hooga."
Right, so, Zenith, when I watched Man of Steel, and there was a scene where Henry Cavill comes out of the water, and he steals clothing off the somebody's clothesline because he was, nearly naked. My thought was, oh shit, this is a really good movie. So I don't know. That to me was the first clue that Henry Cavill's hot.
I think probably everyone has a movie where they find one or more of the actors in it attractive, and that overrides every other consideration
Everything.
in the movie. Like it does not fucking matter. Like, but this is, other people who maybe don't fancy that person in that way would be like, this is a terrible movie. What the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
It's
It's
no,
like,
you
oh my
don't
god, this
understand.
movie was awful. It was an awful movie about the Holocaust. Yeah, but the guy sweeping the floor, woo! Yeah, he was hot. Yeah, no, Henry Cavill. Oh my god, he is super, man.
You know
I
what
miss
movie
Christopher Reeve.
You know what movie I watched recently, and it wasn't entirely terrible, but there was a lot of elements that just kind of caught me out as like, what the fuck? Was the Bram Stoker's Dracula, the one from '92, directed by Francis Ford Coppola.
Yeah.
And there's just a lot of I don't know, interesting choices in that movie, and some of the acting is like really bad, like Keanu Reeves' accent, what's her name's accent,
Winona Ryder?
Yeah, Winona Ryder's accent, and even the guy who was like the Texan guy, it's like you can't even get a fucking Texas accent right. It's like you couldn't find somebody that could do, it was just, it was one of those movies where a lot of it was gorgeous. It was interesting the way that they did all the practical effects, but there were just there was just elements of the movie that were just really head scratching. And it's like, I don't know if I like this movie or if it, I just couldn't process it.
Was it entertaining?
Mostly.
Then
It was also horny as hell. I think that was another reason that I thought of it, because Raven was talking about shirtless scenes, and it's like that movie, it's all the characters are just super horny all the time.
Whatever it takes to make the money, baby.
Let's be honest. I love Keanu Reeves. He's not a very good actor. He's good looking. He
Are you
is.
kidding me? He was perfect in The Matrix.
There was no feeling.
I
he
will
was
say-
He was perfect in Bill and Ted's.
he was good in Bill and Ted, but look at the
Yeah.
character.
I agree with your take, but hear me out. Keanu Reeves is still twice the actor that Nicolas Cage is.
Yes.
Well, he can only play Nicolas Cage.
I guess in that movie, apparently Winona Ryder had pitched Johnny Depp as being what ended up being Keanu Reeves' character, and they just didn't think that Johnny Depp was popular or well known enough at that point.
Oh, now Johnny Depp. Now there's a man who can change his face. I don't think that I have watched a single film that he's been in where I haven't been absolutely convinced that he is that character.
Or like I'm having my brain no work, names no remember. the actor who played Dracula in Bram Stoker's in the Francis Ford.
Oh,
Gary Oldman.
Gary Oldman. That's
Gary-
somebody who
Gary
disappears into roles. Gary
oh,
Oldman.
Gary Oldman.
He
Yeah,
disappears into roles.
yeah, he does. He does. Yeah, yeah. There is an art to acting well, and there are some really astounding actors that I've been privileged to see during my life.
Like I said,
I would include
I've
Christopher Lee in that
Oh my God.
as well.
Yeah, he's a legend.
Yeah. No, like I said, I love Keanu Reeves, but there's so many movies I've seen him in where I'm just like, are you the only person they could get? I'm like, I mean, I like looking at you. He's an amazing human being. I mean, if you know anything about him, like in real life, he's like he shouldn't exist. It's like he's too good for the world, kind of a thing. Like how is this guy real, right? But yeah, I mean, in a bunch of his movies, it's just like, how did you get this job?
It's like Arnie playing anybody other than Conan or the Terminator.
Yeah. Yeah. Or Nicolas Cage playing anybody but Nicolas Cage.
Well, I think it's comes from like Hollywood studios thinking people are going to show up for the actors rather than the movie.
And
the actor,
to be fair, they do.
Sometimes, yeah.
I mean, you look at I mean, not that I'm besmirching them in any way. I think they were all fabulous, but the cast of Friends. Yeah. Now, a lot of people during their heyday would have gone out just because it was a cast member of Friends. But you look at some of the stuff they've done. Was it Studio 50 something that Chandler did? That was good, but I can't think of anything else that I've seen him in. But I know he's done a lot of good stuff.
The guy who wasn't he in Band of Brothers, at least the first episode of the miniseries?
I don't know. I've not seen it.
Yeah, I think that was one of his first roles after Friends, and he actually did disappear into that character because he plays their like the hard ass leader of their company that drills them mercilessly and is not like the friendly happy go lucky character he's playing in Friends.
Right. Studio 54. That was the one that I saw him in, and he absolutely nailed that as well.
Sometimes, though, I feel like certain actors they have good roles. They're good, but then they start to become popular in a way where they get overexposed. They get offers to be in things that where it's like it doesn't suit them, or it's just like now they're just in it for the name recognition. Like I feel like Anya Taylor-Joy is like an actress that had good roles, and now she just seems to be everywhere. And it's like, okay, you might. I don't know, make the money while you can, I guess,
Pedro Pascal. He's everywhere.
He's everywhere now.
And he's good. I like him, but it's just like he's everywhere.
That's a good comment. If the world was filled with Keanu Reeves, Israel versus Palestine would be Bill versus Ted. And everybody would be trying to be more excellent. There you go. That's tonight's hot take.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Are we starting a Keanu Reeves cult? Is that what's happening here?
No, I can't be joining any more cults. I'm already not in Christopher Maltby's cult that isn't a cult, it's a way of life.
MMC idea, management charity.
Yes, Mike. Madness Mayhem Charity.
Yeah.
What do you
Breathing
think?
new life into it. What do you think? Yes or no?
I think it'd be a good thing, you know. Be a
think it
good
could
thing.
be. I think it could be. I think it'll be a
I
heavier
I
lift.
picked up a little bit of the show in the Italian restaurant. And I heard some self-deprecation on the part of Raven, in that she doesn't think that she's as big as she used to be. But I do have something to say about that. Is that
I'm bigger than
she
I
has
used to be.
tits, right? And boob effect is real.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the truth.
I don't know. If I can get out of here. If I can,
Can't take you anywhere, Mike.
seriously. I don't know.
I'm so glad that Peach isn't here to see that.
Oh, she's probably
Oh,
watching the other room.
Yeah, she's watching in the other room.
Oh,
And on their
Okay.
anniversary too. How dare you?
Like I said, can't take you anywhere.
Starting a Keanu Reeves cult. I'm already in one. Super chill. The Kool-Aid isn't poison, and they're really respectful of boundaries. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Oh yeah, if it is your anniversary, then yeah, happy anniversary.
Oh, for another 3 minutes, and then it's not anymore.
Oh, I'm glad I said it in time.
But have you seen like Keanu Reeves? Like he doesn't put his arm around women when they take pictures. He keeps a respectful distance. That's just smart.
Unless she's expecting to have an arm round her,
Well, I
then
suppose if
it's
she
just
were to like
disrespectful.
out, just kind of say it outright, maybe he would do it. But yeah, he doesn't automatically just do it.
Mm.
Yeah,
I think
he
I
does
would.
the upper hand.
I think I
Yeah.
would have been upset if Vicky didn't drape herself all over me when we were out. But then you go, that's us.
It is just about midnight here. I haven't been online this long in a while.
yeah. How many people watching?
6.
That's all of them.
What?
The ones that matter.
Oh,
It's nearly 5 a.m. here.
Yeah.
I
one
just
of them
did,
is probably
just did
me.
2.5 hours. Well, nearly 2.5 hours on the radio before coming in.
Yeah.
That was a fun
Yeah.
show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I played "Sit on My Face" by Monty Python's.
Oh,
I have a feature on the show called Ancient Outrage. And basically I go back into the vaults and I pull out a tune that is very unpolitically correct, which got pulled by the censors and stomped all over and said, no, you can't play that on the radio. So I pay homage to them by playing them on the
Playing them.
radio and saying, you couldn't make that nowadays. But here's the thing, you can. And they do. Some of the language on records out these days is utter filth. You couldn't have got away with it back then, even though you're trying to get away just saying F, C, and bollocks. But anyway.
it was like, oh, Archie Bunker, they couldn't make that today. They could.
They make South Park.
You know. Yeah, exactly, right? They make South Park. I mean, does it feel like the audience would be hostile to that kind of stuff these days? Yeah.
No.
Doesn't necessarily mean it would be, though. I mean, that's
Yeah,
just
but
giving up before you try.
See, the thing is, you can make it these days, and you may get some hostility.
Oh.
But the one thing it won't be is controversial,
Oh,
because
it's
nothing
already
is
happened.
controversial these days.
Yeah, no,
It's
nothing's
it's
controversial.
it's all out there, and it's all out there en masse.
Yep, that's true.
You know,
Which I think
you,
is
you,
part
you
of
want
what
you want you're doing a spoof skit for your high school arts project, and you want a clip of somebody using the N word. Bloody yards of it out there.
I will say that seeing our president push out a video of himself shitting on Americans, that one kind of pushed the envelope for me. I was like, you know what? Okay. Kind of a new era for me. Like, to think that we don't need some of those votes at all. We could just literally drop shit from a plane onto Americans.
Well,
Hey,
he doesn't want the vote of anybody who doesn't want him to be king. Come on.
you know what's really un-American? Wearing a fucking tan suit. What do you say to that, liberal?
Yeah.
That's all the time.
That's what's unpresidential. It's wearing a tan
Yeah.
suit.
Obama wore a tan suit, and the right wing lost their fucking minds.
There you go.
But you know what? Donald Trump, he could take a bulldozer to the White House. That's okay.
Yeah.
Heads I win, tails you lose.
Yeah.
I just the hypocrisy there, though, because I see the brown shirts on the ICE agents, and I'm like, they're kind of tan.
Well, it's different. They're not president.
The brown shirt, you're calling them brown shirts?
What?
Well, the brown
What-
shirts
what-
got purged, so
It's illegal now to compare our emperor to the Nazis. Did you hear?
it's because the left is Nazis.
Mm-hmm. It's okay to compare them to the Nazis.
The National Socialist Party that you're talking about was not a socialist party.
No, they were stealing the carrion from the mouths of the other party and just naming themselves. Yeah.
And here's the thing. What you have is you have an authoritarian populist president. You don't have a Nazi. You just don't have a Nazi.
Yeah.
You have a populist.
Well, hear me out. As far as like
authoritarian.
strategy here, right? He was compared to the Nazi regime. He had two choices that he could have gone with. He could have said, actually, I denounce Nazis and they are bad people. But instead, he went with, I'm going to make it illegal for you to make that comparison. That was a decision on his part right there. Because he could have just simply said, actually, Nazis, more than just stand down, I want you to fuck off. And he didn't.
Yeah, well, maybe nobody suggested that option to him.
You know?
Because he acts on the last thing that he's been briefed on.
Yeah.
So if nobody briefs him on it, that option, he's not going to know it's there.
Here's what I think. Here is my take on the Graham Plattner tattoo controversy. I think that when he was young and he was in the service, he and a bunch of buddies went and got tattoos. And they found the silliest tattoo of a skull and crossbones. And they didn't think anything of it. And they got their tattoos and they went on about their lives. And it wasn't until years later that he found out that it's actually a very common tattoo for Nazis. And he has now had it covered over with something else and has made a video talking about it and saying that he was a stupid kid when he got it, and he had no idea that it was associated with white supremacists, and he's very sorry, and he is very, very progressive, and I believe him.
I have got a similar story,
He-
so
he-
I can empathize.
Yeah.
I have a tattoo on my arm of the General Lee. It's combined with the ant logo, and my reasons for getting it back in the 80s was partly I was a fan of the show, and also I got it for diversity reasons, believe it or not. That's why it's got the ant logo superimposed on it. But when I was in hospital earlier on this year, I got treated very badly by people who assumed that I had it for racist reasons.
Yeah.
And I got manhandled in the hospital.
Oof.
I think the technical term for it is abuse, but let's not go there. You know, I was the victim of racism. But, you know, so yeah, similar story. And the people that do that shit, fuck off. Sorry, I know it's your stream, but you can fuck off with that attitude because you don't know why somebody has a tattoo. And you have no right to impose your sensibilities on them retrospectively.
Zenith, I kind of get that, you know. Yeah, I don't think he's like some kind of a secret Nazi. I guess it's fair to question his judgment because he never got it covered over until he ran for office, I guess. But I mean, if he wasn't running for office and because it's on an area of his body that is normally covered by clothing, if I had the tattoo, I wouldn't see a rush to get it covered over either.
Yeah, mine's
If
here.
I was running for office, then I would do it. But why would I? Do you know what I mean? It costs money.
Yeah, I'm not getting mine covered either. If you think I'm a racist, fuck you. I'm not. That's your problem.
So prior to this Graham Plattner tattoo controversy, I did not know that that particular skull had anything to do with Nazis. I just didn't. And
I don't think it
educated me on that, right?
I don't think it actually does. What I think is that it is associated with Nazis and white supremacists, not that it in and of itself is a Nazi symbol.
Yeah. I
know what I
would have
mean?
thought
I
that
mean,
the
there's a
skull and
difference.
crossbones was like a pirate ship.
I thought that was so. I had never heard of this person prior to this controversy, but my understanding, I thought, unless I'm mistaken, that it was the skull and crossbones that was on it was an insignia on the SS from the internet famous meme, "Are we the baddies?" And it's like, "Are we the baddies? We got a skull. We got a skull on our."
Well, to be
caps.
fair,
Is it
the
that skull?
skull and crossbones was part of the SS dress code.
Okay.
It literally
Didn't know.
was.
I associated it with pirates.
Yeah, they called them death's heads,
So
except in German.
I have also heard of this week that there was a necklace sold by Taylor Swift that had lightning bolts on it. And they were saying those lightning bolts looked like an SS dog whistle. I, previous to that, heard that right after Charlie Kirk got shot, there were people just looking at the tent that he got shot in. And the Comeback USA tour that he was on, there was a lightning bolt that looked like it intentionally had two lightning bolts right next to each other, making one larger lightning bolt, that they were in the S shape. And
Say the same
What
thing
about-
about the Flash.
But what about Kiss?
Same thing
Yeah.
with Kids.
well, in Kiss's defense, it's knights in service of Satan, right? Right? So like it's not Nazi, it's
Satan.
Satan. So leave them alone because it's just
Well-
Satan.
Well, you've got exactly the same correlation with the death's head as well.
Isn't that special?
Raven, you didn't go to the same vacation Bible school that I did that taught us that Kiss was demonic, right? Like that didn't just like come out of my mind. That was drilled into my mind when I was like 6. Don't listen to Kiss. They're demonic.
I was told
I
not
mean,
to listen
you
to
know, there
Led
was a song,
Zeppelin
God of
until my
Thunder.
grandmother heard a track and fell in love with it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what track? I Was Made for Loving You.
No, Stairway to Heaven, believe it or not.
Oh, Led Zeppelin. So what happened? Okay.
Yeah, she actually sat with me in the car one night when we went off to get fish and chips because I loved it, and it was playing on the radio. And back then, you didn't, tapes. We're not
Yeah.
rich enough to have a tape in the car. What are you talking about? Radio and like it.
My grandmother
So-
liked Guns N' Roses.
So it came on, and I was like, halfway through it, and yeah, can we hear the end before we go and get the fish and chips? She was like, yeah, okay. And my mum as well, she surprised me when she actually pulled me downstairs from being in bed to watch Deep Purple in Japan. And she said, I understand why you like this band now. It was during that infamous solo between the guitar and vocal. And she was absolutely impressed that they both sounded the same. The guitar and the vocalist were making exactly the same noises.
My grandmother liked Guns N' Roses. She was a trip. So,
Yeah, I kind of wonder what they're teaching in the youth groups and vacation Bible schools. Like, what is replaced Kiss and Marilyn Manson and Magic Cards as the things that they're saying are evil.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
But that seems like it. Even that seems like a dated reference at this point. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's getting absolutely zero traction. Have you seen the influx in new Harry Potter stuff that there is?
It's crazy.
So the last thing I saw them railing about was the show Wednesday on Netflix.
Of course.
And Pokemon, they didn't like that either, and that continues to be popular.
Disney came out with their own card game called Lorcana.
Lorcana, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the ever favorite Dungeons and Dragons.
Hell yeah. It's like the recommendation system. Like, what are they railing against? I'm like, I feel out of touch with culture. What are Christians railing against? That's what I need to be into.
Yeah. If only they knew the truth that it was a highly orchestrated, carefully planned descent into hell.
Yeah, I like Wednesday. I've yet to finish watching the second season. I like that show. I don't love it though, but I like the characters more than I like the story. I don't think it definitely takes the Addams Family in terms of like the tone and style in a different direction, and it reminds me a bit of what was that show, Riverdale. Even though like that show is terrible in a good way, so I could see how the people could find something like that polarizing. You know.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing you, Raven.
He loved Riverdale.
I really hope she's not watching.
No, just to clarify, Riverdale is like ridiculous, but that's why it's enjoyable. Like if it just tried to be 100% serious and took itself seriously, and I think it would fall flat on its face. The fact that it was willing to embrace its own ridiculousness and its own campy tone and all of that is what made it an enjoyable show. Like it wasn't going to win, Emmy awards for whatever, but it was enjoyable in its full on embrace of its own ridiculousness.
I feel like you are doing like a summoning ritual, and I know that I've already heard about one pedantic white dude getting beat up by a black woman today. I don't need to see you get slammed for your opinion on Riverdale, Peter.
No, I think Peach would agree.
What?
I think she would agree. She loved the show, but she totally was on board with all the craziness with it.
Okay.
The show I couldn't, I couldn't watch it, but she loved it. She thought it was ridiculous, and she absolutely loved it. And she would tell me about it. And she'd tell, "Oh, this episode, this happened and that happened, and they went back in time and all this other stuff." And it's just like, well, okay, well, you enjoy that. I am going to go watch my series TV where they on Star Trek where they go back in time.
And they go back in time by flying faster than the speed of light, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
Which doesn't work. That actually
which
takes
doesn't
you forward
work.
in
The
time.
science doesn't check out there.
Yeah,
But
the
that's
science
okay.
doesn't. No, to go back, you'd have to utilize some form of wormhole.
Mhm.
Yeah, going fast, that just takes you forward in time.
Yeah. The part I didn't get, you can correct my knowledge of Star Trek, the Next Generation era science,
Oh,
if I'm wrong here. But wasn't it like Warp 1 was like light speed, and then like Warp 10 was the point at which you had to start going backwards in time? So there was like 9.9 times light speed was achievable in Star Trek, but as soon as you got to 10 times light speed, then you're going back in time.
I don't
think-
know if they ever really defined what warp was.
Yeah, I
Because
think
that's
time
how-
travel, when they used time travel, they left it kind of vague, is exactly
Yeah.
the process.
Yeah, and they didn't really explore it, that aspect of it, very far until Voyager.
And you gotta remember-
then with Voyager, what happens when you hit light speed is you end up being everywhere all at once.
All at once. Yeah. Right.
Which makes
Because
sense.
photons don't have
Math.
they don't have like a space and time.
Yeah.
Superposition.
So in theory, it is possible for the entire universe to be physically made up by a single photon. Because to the photon's perspective, time and space is meaningless. You can do the whole thing in an instant. That is actually scientific fact.
So yeah. But anyway,
Or rather
yeah, no, but
mathematical
what the
sorry.
warp engines do is they don't move the ship. Like the ship is moving at a certain speed. No, the ship isn't moving at all. With warp engines, what they do is they warp space. So space is moving.
Yeah.
Do you follow?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I could explain it if you want.
Yeah, basically what they do, you know that classical model of the gravity well, where you've got a ball that's sitting in a thing. Basically, what they do is they shift it like that, so that the ball's rolling forward.
It kind of scrunches up all the time, all the space in front of the
it
ship,
and
and
stretches,
stretches
it out.
behind. So that way, you can go from point A to point B without moving at all.
That's why when you see the thing, it goes.
Yeah, everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
You follow?
Okay.
Simple.
So if you're sitting in the chair, theoretically, your toes arrive before you do.
But you haven't moved.
Yeah. But your toes get there before you do. So at a
You
certain
following
point, your
this?
toes are several light years away from you,
But not.
but
at
not.
the same time. Are you good with this?
Well, would it work that way, or would the warp bubble extend around the ship in such a way that everything?
That's the other theory.
Oh, and you don't want to be like going somewhere that disrupt the bubble. That would
No.
be bad.
No, if your bubble pops, yeah, that's not good.
Ryan, do you remember when talks like this just ended in timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly?
It already did.
It could be worse. Are you familiar with faster than light travel in Warhammer? Speaking of the bubble popping.
No.
Okay, so in Warhammer, basically, a major conceit of the universe is that there is a, for want of a better way to put it, another level of reality that is sort of like a psychic area where there are demons, for want of a better way to put it, and gods, for want of a better way to put it. And in order to travel faster than light, for the most part, you have to go through this part of reality called the warp. That is this, hyper reality type space. And so they need these things called Geller fields, where they have people who are able to protect cast a sort of psychic shield around the ship. Otherwise, if the Geller field, if this shielding fails, then the ship you're on can be invaded by warp demons. And Warhammer is just on another level of ridiculousness in terms of the world building and craziness. But it makes Star Trek Warp seem straightforward by comparison. It's like you have to, it's like one is like, oh, blah blah blah, we're gonna warp space around us, and your feet are gonna be in light year away from you. And in Warhammer, it's just like you have to travel through literal hell.
Yeah. And then you've got the Babylon 5 version, in which you have to travel in, I forget what it's called, but basically you open a doorway into this other dimension and you travel from gate to gate on that. I forget what it's called. Anyway, it's horrible and red and radiated and nasty. It sounds like the quantum realm in Ant-Man.
Did Raven just leave us alone on
I think
Raven?
she did.
This is her show.
Yeah. And we're still live.
And we're still live.
And we're still live.
And we can do whatever we want.
More or less, yeah. Ah, here we go.
We were just realizing our power in the liberty.
Yeah.
Oh, hush. I just went and I threw some frozen pizza in.
Okay. I did not know that you could just leave us streaming without you.
Well, I didn't go anywhere. I just stopped the mic and the camera. So I was listening while I was putting pizza in the oven.
Why would New Jersey have frozen pizza?
Every place has frozen pizza.
That's
I thought you guys had the good stuff.
Yeah, but then they throw it in the freezer.
You're thinking of New York.
No. New Jersey's got the better pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I'm from.
And that
I
can be
grew up in the
frozen.
part of New York that dunks on Vermont. So
Ah. So we went to Salem recently, and
did you go to the Witch
It was
Museum?
yeah, it was cool. But on the way there, in Connecticut, we passed a sign that was just like, "Welcome to Connecticut, home of the pizza capital of the United States." And I was just like, I didn't even know you motherfuckers were contenders. What? Connecticut? Where the hell did that come from?
What would make them the pizza capital?
I looked it up, and apparently the city of New Haven has more pizza places per capita than anywhere else in the country. And so they think that makes them the pizza capital.
Makes sense to me.
I don't know. I feel like there's got to be some state out west that has, a bunch of pizza places and no people, like Wyoming, or like you ever been to some of those states and there's like fucking no one there,
Yeah, right. And if they have 2 pizza places Well, per capita,
Yeah.
that would put them pretty high on the list, considering there's only 2 people in the town.
I actually have had
Mm.
pizza in Connecticut. My youngest sister lives in Connecticut now, and yeah, I went to a pizza place there that was pretty good. But the pizza capital of the world, America, yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, I mean that's New Jersey, or arguably New York City, which in my opinion, New York City is New Jersey anyway. So
Somebody said Connecticut, never heard of it, right?
yeah, Connecticut. So I
It's like
figured
Rhode
it had
Island.
something to do with Mystic Pizza, because Connecticut does have a famous pizza place,
Okay.
Mystic
but
Pizza.
apparently it had nothing to do with it. So I don't
But
know.
if you have more Little Caesars and Pizza Hut and Domino's than any other place, is that bragging rights?
You see, I don't consider Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, and Domino's to be pizza places, though. So
What are they then?
they're a kind of fast food. They're not pizza.
Okay. Okay.
So
And
a
that's what
real
I'm saying.
pizza
Like,
place,
is New Haven counting Pizza Huts in this
I
count?
don't know. They might. I don't know.
That would be artificially inflating things, wouldn't it?
I suppose it could be seen that way, but yeah, because I don't consider those to be pizza places. I mean, they're okay.
I have a question.
They're not pizzas.
Yes.
What's the difference between Domino's and pizza?
And Domino's pizza and regular pizza.
Yeah, what's the difference between
It's
Domino's
just
and
it's
which you said isn't pizza
right.
and pizza?
So Domino's and Pizza Hut and Little Caesars, it's all the same kind of a thing, where they have this whole system like McDonald's, where they make everything, and it's just cheap ingredients and it's very cheaply put together, and it's like saying a McDonald's hamburger is the same as like a hamburger you make at home. It's not
But
the
it's
same
still a
thing.
hamburger.
It's not the same thing though. It's like a whole different like category almost.
Yeah, there's a step difference in quality. I get what she's saying.
Yeah. So you
I
want to
get-
go like if you want to
I
have
get
like
the difference in the. I get the quality difference.
if you want to
But-
have real pizza, you'll go find like a Tony's Pizza or something somewhere where it's an angry looking Italian guy, with his crew of like 5 Puerto Ricans behind a counter yelling at each other while they make your pizza. That's a real pizza
gonna
place.
This is an unpopular opinion. I know because I've had this with Fabio and Christopher Maudi. But if it looks like a duck and tastes like a duck, then it's a duck.
Yeah,
and-
but
And a chicken nugget is a chicken nugget, whether it's your unbranded cheapie of the cheapiest, or whether it's your top notch of the top notchiest in
Well,
quality.
that's the
it's
thing,
still a
it's
chicken
like-
nugget.
they don't taste like pizza though.
Look,
Well, neither do the cheap chicken nuggets.
But
Look,
that was
I'm
one of
going-
your
no,
that was
I'm
one
not
of your
going to say
criteria
that-
though.
I'm not
You
going to
said
say
it
that
didn't
Long
taste-
John Silver's counts as fish and chips. Okay.
or Arthur Treacher.
Well, I've had Long John Silver's, and it's fish and it's chips, and it's fish and chips,
It's the worst fish and chips on the planet.
but it's still fish and chips.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't feed it to my cat, but it's still fish and chips.
Brian, I think that you're being intentionally a contrarian, and right now you would try to pass off an inflatable sheep to a Scotsman and tell him it's as good as the real thing.
Well,
Call back.
I could stand you next to a Welshman and convince you that it's a Scotsman. I know that for a fact, because all I'd have
So-
to do is give him a sheep.
Zenith, I could give you like the history of like modern pizzas like in America and how it came about because I actually watched a video on it. And the reality is pizza as we know it today was actually invented at around the same time by both Domino's and Pizza Hut. And both of those places are based in the Midwest. That's where they came to be. Both started by brothers, both from people who didn't have a whole lot of experience in the food business. And in the example of Pizza Hut, they just invented sauce that they thought was kind of like spaghetti sauce, and they liked it, so that's what they used for their pizza. That's why Pizza Hut and Domino's taste different. Like pizza has a very
Okay.
distinct flavor, is Pizza Hut, but that's because they
Mhm.
use a kind of spaghetti sauce. So there's that. But then there's like the pizzerias that opened like in New Jersey and New York that
Okay.
took
Tell me
the modern
about New
pizza
York pizza.
and took it
real
to a
pizza.
whole new level.
Okay.
Like it's an
So
entirely different animal.
talk me
um,
through it. What makes it pizza?
Different than like Domino's, and it's the crust is different. The way it's made, the dough, the kind of dough that it's made of, it's different. The way they do the cheese and the sauce, it's all different. It's different. They
Okay.
don't taste anything the
So
same. They're cooked differently. It's all different.
so
Like you can get like a Domino's pizza in like 10 minutes, right? You go to a pizzeria and order a pizza, it takes longer than that to make a pizza.
Don't they
Yeah, I
typically
know.
use more like brick oven style pizzas?
At a
Yeah, it's like
pizzeria,
every in terms of the ingredients. Yeah, it's everything. It's the dough, it's the sauce, it is the way it's heated and for how
It's
long.
all different.
okay.
It's
I want to
it's
break
often
this down.
the types of cheese that they use.
I want to break this down to yet another layer of pedantry. Now, are you talking American pizza being the real pizza,
Yeah.
or
No,
Italian
no.
pizza?
Because in Italy, like I don't know about Italy
Because it's
now.
different again.
I do know like in like the 50s and 60s, right? The only pizza that was served in the US was Italian style pizza, which was all a personal size pizza. That's what it was. That's what pizza was. And it was a very obscure food, and it wasn't something that really people, but the big pizzas, like a big pie, that was invented by Domino's and Pizza Hut. Because even in Italy, you couldn't buy a pizza big like that. They didn't make them. That's an American invention. And pineapples on pizza, by the way, is a Canadian invention, not Hawaiian. A Hawaiian pie is a Canadian invention, just in case you didn't know that.
That's why it has Canadian bacon with it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Oh, you
Hawaiian
mean
pizza
proper
is actually
bacon?
Canadian. Proper bacon.
But then even the Canadians don't do back bacon properly.
See, and I agree with this right here. I agree
Yeah.
with that.
Now you see, when I was in my 20s and I was actually eating pizzas in pizzerias, yeah, used to go out on a date, used to go down to Topolino's, great place, in Brighton. It's probably still there. And yeah, you go in there and you buy a pizza each, and it's a large pie. You don't go in there and buy a pizza to share like you do these days.
Right.
Yeah, it was about 12 inches across, and it was
So,
an
but the-
individual pie.
So the pizzas in Italy are different than American pizzas. They look
Yeah.
different, they're smaller, they're.
So again, which is
and
the real pizza.
it's a much more of a gourmet kind of a thing than what we do. But like pizza, as we all come to understand what a pizza is, a big round, where everybody can get a slice, that big, that's an American invention.
Okay,
that's
so
real pizza.
Domino's is trash food.
Domino's is trash. Pizza Hut is
Uh,
slightly better.
New York pizza is
The
like
best.
proper American pizza.
Mhm. New York, New Jersey.
And then
Best.
you've got Italian is what, gourmet, did you say? That puts it top tier.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. It was considered that way back when. I don't know of any place in the U.S. that does that anymore, though. Like you would have to go to Italy to get that, I think. I don't know of any place that does that. Anybody here might have heard where they make Italian style pizza?
I'm just pushing your buttons.
I'm
Yeah, I
sure
don't know.
nowadays you could find a restaurant for anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. But
I'm sure. I'm sure there are places, run by Italians in New York you can go into, and it'll be exactly the same as cousin Benny's restaurant in,
Tuscany,
in
yeah,
Napoli.
yeah, possibly.
Well, a
don't know.
lot of it, I feel like with the whole concept of traditional food, at some point things have become so intermingled that it's hard. It becomes hard to separate. Like I was having this conversation about Thai food, and there are certain Thai dishes that use like peanut, but peanut's not like native to Thailand. But that doesn't mean
Well,
that it's like less authentic because it's like, yeah, they may be like
Yeah.
it might not be, it might not go back hundreds of years, but that is how they are using it in their food.
Yeah.
That is how they're
I
making it.
mean, just look at anything. Go back to the Italian food, right? Almost anything on an Italian restaurant menu is impossible without Asia and the New World, because tomatoes are indigenous to Mexico. I mean, tomato sauce is a Mexican invention. It's not an Italian thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So,
So, the Italians wouldn't have been able to have come up even with their spaghetti sauce
no, well, yeah, but spaghetti
until
sauce,
the
that's
discovery
from
of the Americas.
that's the discovery of the Americas, and noodles are from Asia. So
It's the same.
you
It's
know,
the same with potatoes here
they're from South America
and corn.
and corn
Talking about
and
maize,
chocolate.
obviously, chocolate as well. Yeah.
And apparently, in Belgium, they know how to do chocolate and they know how to do potatoes too, because that's where French fries are from.
Speaking of chocolate, I learned something the other day. Different cocoa beans give you different types of chocolate.
I didn't
There
know they were
actually
different.
is a white chocolate that is made from a cocoa bean, as opposed to just manufactured out of crap and
I
milk.
did not know that.
Yeah. And ruby chocolate, I always thought that it was colored and flavored strawberry. No, that again comes from a specific species of cocoa bean.
So, Bob, let's get down to like details here, though. What do you mean by an Italian style pizza? Describe it. Describe what you're calling an Italian style pizza. Because I mean, I've been to Italian restaurants where they serve pizza, and it's a pizza, American style.
I believe both New York and Chicago have Italians claiming that their pizza is
Yeah.
Italian.
Right.
But
Exactly.
there's a lot different between the New York pizza and the Chicago pizza.
Chicago pizza.
Yeah.
Right. And neither one of them are Italian. So, style.
Well,
Yeah. But then
to
again,
be
you've got
fair, the Chicago pizza does resemble a lasagna.
Yeah, I was never a fan of the deep dish. I like the crust.
and then
still
with
crispy.
spaghetti, you've got the long-standing battle between Napoli and Bologna, Bologna, because you've got the bolognese and you've got the other type of spaghetti sauce.
Mhm.
Neapolitan. That's from Napoli, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And the bolognese is from Bologna.
I'm gonna find out about this Italian style pizza. Don't know if I've ever had. I've seen pictures.
My understanding of it is that it's thin crust.
Very thin.
Very thin
And they're
crust.
they're about that big around.
Yeah.
And it's sauce and big gobs of like mozzarella just plopped on, and maybe a bay leaf and
Yeah.
basil rather.
Slices too of salami if you're lucky.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
I have to admit, speaking of Domino's, I did like their chicken supreme that they did.
I'll have Domino's every now and then. It's just I just don't think it's a very good pizza. I like the Pizza Hut pizza a little bit better, but I haven't had that in years because there aren't any around here. Little
Hang on,
Caesars is okay. Haven't had that
What's
in
that
years
other
too.
big chain you have over there? It's not Domino's. It's not Pizza
It's
Hut.
Papa
Papa
John.
John's, yeah.
Papa John's. That's
No,
it.
there's-
Yes,
yeah, we
Papa
don't even have a
John's.
Papa John's near us.
It's the Papa John's Chicken Supreme. That
Yeah,
was
in
fucking
in the
awesome.
New York City, New Jersey area, we don't have a lot of those big chain pizza places because,
You've got too much real pizza floating around.
yeah, really, that's what it is.
Eh.
I've never had Papa John's. Um, I know the guy who owns it is an asshole. Thin crust. It's usually cooked in that style of the open fire instead of going through the thing that cooks fast, right? Or an actual pizza oven. Usually some tomato sauce, basil, and cheese about 12 inches wide. Yeah, okay, it's about that. Most pizza places in my area have the big baking pizza ovens, the big steel ones, or they have the brick oven. The only ones that have like the speed pizza cookers that are on the conveyor are Domino's. So
Have to admit,
that's the same setup that McDonald's uses.
for preference, I would take brick oven over any of them. I might build one in the back actually at some point. So yes, let's badmouth my native land for a minute or two, for a change.
Why? What's wrong with your native land?
Just for the change. You know,
Oh.
Whose
change.
native land? What?
Yes,
Huh?
let's badmouth my native land for
I mean,
Did you say
Change.
Mike's native land? What?
my native land.
so from my understanding is the food in the UK is terrible.
Yeah, I'm more worried about what they're doing to the flag, to be honest with you.
What are they doing to the flag?
What are they doing to it?
Thanks to this, there's been a bunch of anti-immigration protests, marches, whatever you want to call them, and bunches of idiots posting the George Cross everywhere, and reclaiming England for the English and all of this crap.
Oh, still.
And yeah, it's sullied the George Cross, I'm afraid. It's a flag I'm rather fond of, being an Englishman,
hmm A proper.
albeit with
That's the white with the red.
albeit with Mediterranean and Welsh heritage. I was born in England, so that makes me an Englishman.
Okay.
Same way that you're a Coloradan, or that Raven is New Jersey.
I'm from New Hampshire,
So
so my
I'm looking
New
at the
Hampshire
George Cross flag, and I'm thinking that's the Red Cross, like the
It was
organization
used,
that.
yes, it was adopted by the Red Cross, but it's actually the St. George Cross. If you look up picture of George
Okay.
and the Dragon, he's carrying that flag,
Okay.
and that is the flag of England. The blue flag with the diagonal cross in white, that's the Scottish flag, the St. Andrew's Cross.
Is he the patron saint of cookies and juice after bloodletting?
Possibly. I wasn't aware of the cookies, but
Oh, they don't let you leave without at least a little bit of carb. Yeah, it could be a fig Newton.
Well,
But,
yeah.
they have a plate that they offer people. Hey, just take a cookie and drink some juice.
No, you're getting
What?
confused with Eddie Izzard. He did a skit, Cake or Death.
Cake or death.
Yes, that was Eddie Izzard. That's not actually
No,
from
this is the Red Cross when they take your blood.
Oh, yes, yeah, cookie and a cup of tea.
A what?
Cup of tea. Or coffee these days. You can take your choice.
Food in the UK is shit, isn't it?
There's nothing wrong with a cup of tea.
They're supposed to offer you juice.
No, cup of tea or a cup of coffee. You forget it's cold here.
It's cold there.
Yes.
You've lived here. You know how cold it gets here.
Yes, I know. But it's only cold there during the winter. Here we get like 2 weeks of summer and that's it.
That's a lot of road construction you do in those 2 weeks, huh?
Our boys are out there in the wind and the rain.
Then is it really winter time then?
Yes. I've had to put the heating on.
This is what happens when Boobs McGee leaves the channel to us to keep it going.
Yes.
I had the choice of film studies talk with Peter, and I chose to just keep harassing Brian.
Film studies, what?
I'm waiting for the film studies.
Yeah. Well, I think Peter is the perfect person for us to talk
But you
about.
just said you were going to talk about it
Yeah.
with Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Implying
no,
that Peter is
Instead, I got
something
derailed
like
and
me.
kept on begging on about this St. George's cross flag. You know, a kindergartner could reinvent that here in America and think
I've
that
always-
it's theirs.
I've always thought that the George Cross would look really good where you've got your stars.
So there would be red and white stripes and then a field of red and white cross.
No. You've got your stripes, and up in the corner where you've got your cluster of stars, you just have a George Cross. You only need one.
Is this part of England's plan to retake the colonies?
No, it's just so it's just a flag that I would like to see. Not that I haven't already seen it, because it's in there. But it has yet to be flown anywhere.
Okay, so the problem with that, you're not going to like this,
Okay.
is that someone actually did do that here in America.
And
They did it because it fit the color scheme of their hooded brethren,
oh dear.
and it looked really good on the horses.
No, that's a different sort of cross, you
No,
Bullshit.
no, I'm telling you. They went all in on this
fix
field
or it
white.
didn't happen. Come on, show me the stars and stripes with a George Cross replacing your field of stars.
They even have a variant with the George Cross, with each quadrant having a little red iron cross, and it's just
It just gets worse.
yeah, you know.
Oh, now I'm even more upset.
And we're upset about this because you really like that flag and now it's been sullied, right? Imagine if more Trump supporters looked up the origin of "Make America Great Again" and they saw that it was the banner that these same pointy-headed people were carrying 100 years ago.
I think they already know that, to be honest with you.
No,
Yeah.
no.
So
What?
Have you seen
Apparently-
the leaked texts?
apparently I was. No, hold on. I'm seeing images, but I don't know if this is a real thing or like a mock-up thing. I'm seeing people's designs for a flag of New England, and some of them are kind of what you're saying. Like if you imagine the St. George cross put up in the corner of not the American flag, but either a blue field or a red field, but then in like the upper leftmost corner of the St. George cross, they put a little pine tree. I guess that's I'm looking at what I'm looking at is a bunch of proposed flags of New England.
Well, it's representing all the loggers there.
And there's one with states. Yeah, because most of Maine is like just wilderness, so it makes sense.
Yeah, it's a lot of forestry goes on there.
There's one with a blue field and 6 stars.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of experimental flags out there. I used to enjoy looking at them when I was younger.
That's one thing. Like I feel like one day when I get old enough and bored enough, I want to go about on a personal quest to do some of like the ridiculous shit that people have been known to do, like people who try and start their own micronations.
Oh,
like, and also to claim to be, some sort of like, the rightful, there are a bunch of people who claim to be like rightful, kings to certain countries. So yeah, I want to create a micronation, claim to be the rightful king of Scotland, based on a family legend of being descended from Robert the Bruce. Just all sorts of like batshit crazy stuff like that.
yeah.
But
To your side, you have a descendant of James, wasn't it? We decided, wasn't it King James? Yeah.
it was King James that's descended from Robert the Bruce.
No.
Descended
That's
from the York, the Duke of York,
yes.
the White Rose.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Hence the Plantagenet features. So you were
I don't
saying
know.
about Robert the Bruce.
Yeah, it's basically an old family legend that we're descendants of him because one of my like great grandparents, their surname was Bruce. So
Ah.
I have no idea
Well,
if it's
I was
true,
getting
but I mean,
Charles in my chair.
why should only the crackpots get to do fun shit like claim to be the rightful kings and create micronations? Like, why should we leave that sort of stuff up to the crackpots?
No, we should all do it.
Well, I was gonna push back a little and say it's not just the crackpots. I mean, if you're wealthy enough, you can do it. But
Like
that
depose the
tends
king.
to be crackpots, doesn't it?
Charles
you-
is in my seat.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
challenge him to single combat, trial by combat.
Actually, I have an older brother, so it wouldn't be mine anyway.
And the thing is, with Charles being Charles, he's probably not going to be able to get past the potential to motorboat, and that'll be it. That'll be as far as he can think.
Has the overall sentiment towards monarchy gone down since he's ascended to the throne?
No, I just know him for the rambling old fool that he is.
No, I mean in general.
No, I don't think so. I don't think you'll ever kill the love of monarchy in this country.
So
It's
it wasn't.
the-
It wasn't like
it's in addition to starting a war somewhere, bolstering patriotism through flattery of the monarchy is the next second best way of winning over the British people and getting them to vote for you in a pinch. It's either a war or the monarchy. If you can get British passions inflamed for either of those, you're in office.
Am I wrong though in understanding that people like him less than his mother?
That's true, but the monarchy is seen as larger than the actual royal sitting on the throne, because it is. If you ignore the breaks in continuity, and let's face it, the current seat of Hanover sitting on the throne, is it the seat of Hanover, or is it the one after it? They are Hanoverians, aren't they? Or is it the one? Is it one after that? I'm not sure. Can't remember. It's either Hanoverians or another house from Germany. Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, we'll run with it.
Listen, Bob McDermott, you in the crowd over there, Bob. You can find me pretty easily on Facebook. It'd be facebook.com/Agent of Doubt, right? You could send me a friend request, right? Get to know me with a couple voice back and forth so that we start to trust you more. And maybe you get like links to hangouts like this sent right to you so you don't have to type so goddamn much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or there's Discord or...
Yeah, just get to know a motherfucker, right? Like, I know I'm asking people on the internet to be a little bit more,
Please help us. Please help us kill airtime. We must fight. You must help us fight the dreaded dead air.
Yeah.
Getting back to Charles and Elizabeth.
Yes. Go ahead.
There is a reason why Elizabeth was so beloved and Charles isn't there yet, because after
she didn't
World
talk to
War II,
roses.
well, there's the whole talking to plants thing, but putting that aside for a moment, after World War II, Elizabeth put a lot of her time and personal fortune into the rebuilding of London and various other things. She was also the royal in charge of deciding and handing back the Commonwealth and the last vestiges of an empire. In fact, she gave away the vast majority of empire over the course of her reign. So she's got that going for her as well. And last but not least, when it came to the death penalty in various places where it's still, it's still done. Jamaica, for example, she refused point blank to sign any death warrant. So she is super beloved in Jamaica and various other protectorates, I think they're called these days, or Commonwealth.
Mm-hmm.
And Charles hasn't had a chance to get in any of that action yet. So, he's known for basically being a party chap back in his youth, philanderer, womanizing, and all of that stuff, along with his brother Andrew. And as he was heir apparent, he had to settle down, get a wife, do the decent thing, and be publicly decent. So
yeah, why couldn't we bring that decency for Andrew? What?
Andrew was the just in case. If anything happened to Charles, that was Andrew's only shot at anything important other than being the spare. Does that ring a bell? The two brothers now. You've got the heir apparent and you've got the spare. And the spare is married to Merkel.
Mhm.
So, yeah, he is his generation's Andrew. So, yeah, that's why. And
When
his
Charles
brother,
had William, did that immediately make it so that Andrew was no longer in line? Did it push him back?
Andrew was second in line until Wills came along, yes.
Okay.
And
they recently kicked Andrew out.
yeah, but Andrew's not even considered a royal these days. He's been the it's House of Windsor, actually, not Hanover. It's the House of Windsor. He is the House of Windsor's Epstein scapegoat. I mean, Charles and Andrew used to party down the way that
Every generation has
Charles's sons did when they were in their 20s.
every generation has something about tradition that they change, right? And who we have in charge in America is just throwing away with all tradition, right? He's doing whatever the fuck he wants. But I think the one thing that Charles could do would be to have a coronation where the sitting king presides over seeing his own son become king. Like being the first
Abdication?
living king to pass it down rather
Abdication.
than waiting for his death.
For a while, it was looking like Charles wasn't going to succeed anyway. It was going to be his son.
Yeah. So I'm
Because
saying
one of the reasons I
he's
forget
a placeholder anyway.
I forget where and when it was said, but it might have been on a hot mic somewhere. But Elizabeth is rumored to have said that she was hanging on so that Charles would not be king. I think she was kind of hoping that Charles would die before her. This is my speculation.
That's pretty rough.
Yeah. Because she could have and had the opportunity to do that herself anyway. Yeah. But she soldiered on right the way till she died. Because it was suggested that she give up the throne long before.
Now, is the royal family bound by laws that dictate the precise, order, or
Yeah.
could she have? So she couldn't have just said like, "No, I don't. I want it to be William instead."
That's the reason why Charles has actually taken the throne, is because it is bound by law. So the only way that Charles could get out of it would be if he had abdicated, chosen not to take the throne. Then it would have gone to Andrew. Because by taking yourself out of the line, you take your descendants out of the line as well.
Mm-hmm.
So then it would have been Andrew.
Well, we could
Didn't he,
create a tradition, of the living king passing it down so that he may have the opportunity to see it happen. Because I imagine it's going to be a big party, right?
He doesn't want to. And the reason he doesn't want to is because his son has been making noises about the potential of disbanding the royalty, of seeing the end of royalty altogether in this country.
Okay.
That's how ineffectual they are, constitutionally speaking.
You know, it's definitely a thing that some people have a royal lineage that they are not proud of and would like to see the end of.
Well, as we know, the present company included, you know, the line has been, what's that term you used for the way Occupy ceased to be Occupy after a while? What's that word you used? Co-opted, yes.
Yeah.
The royal line has been co-opted so many times, yeah, that you've got a claimant, legitimate claimant, or rather related to a legitimate claimant sitting here in this chat. And there is also a guy living in the outback who also has a legitimate claim to the throne, tracing back to another line that was...
When I found out about my ancestry, right, and we did all the research, right, I was just like, oh my God, that is so cool. And Peach was like, you know how many people have that same claim and that same connection? I
Yeah,
mean,
there is a lot.
it's not a special thing anymore.
No.
There's just so many. And that's exactly why. I mean, the royal line has been co-opted so often. There's so many family branches and everything from all the different families that were there before.
And you look at some of the lines of nobility as well, and you look in the history books and you see my surname. Chances are that is one of my ancestors.
Not to mention all the bastards they had.
Yeah. But then my surname, comes from the peasant stock anyway, because all you needed to be to get my surname when the Normans came and started dishing them out, all you needed to be was have John as your dad. So, you know. And then the peasantry only had the one name.
Yeah. I did enough digging to find out that my surname is only 5 generations deep. And we don't know why that particular person changed his name.
Horse thief.
So, but he did it when he left Ireland and then went through Ellis Island and decided at that point he was going to take a different name. And the name that he took was rather British. And
Escape to the Americas.
Yeah. But it looked like either he was criminal or really didn't like his family. One of the two.
Or he could have been the member of his family, as we were talking about earlier. There's in every familial grouping, there'll be one or two of them that get the wanderlust.
Well, on the other side of my family, we do have that royal line that nobody would ever want to reanimate. I think it's not as bad as if somebody were actually like a descendant of Hitler, but the English peerage system created some pretty villainous family lines. And if you ever had a barony that was a peerage in some other country, giving you the right to pillage them just because your king said that you could go over to that other land and pillage them in my name, then you might want to have that whole family history just kind of disappear.
Well, in all likelihood, what was more likely to have happened would have been that you would have been hoiked into that man's army and marched up against your lord and, you know, help him take over the castle.
Mhm.
Because it would have been, you know, the lords fought the lords. They didn't fight the peasantry. They didn't go do that. It was their own peasantry they tended to terrorize, not other people's.
I'll tell you the most terrible thing I found in my lineage. So, the sixth Baron of Baltimore had a daughter, Mary Strahan, and she came to the Americas and created the colony of Baltimore, named after the other Baltimore that the peerage was from. Baltimore, present day, has a football team called the Ravens, and they are the chief rival of my favorite football team, the Steelers. And finding out that it was one of my ancestors that founded the city that the chief rival to my favorite team comes from, it was terrible. It was
Yeah.
terrible learning that.
You're
I was
living
like,
your life
"No,
all wrong, Mike.
no, any other city, please."
You
And
should
that
have
the
a raven on the back there on your
Yeah.
bookshelf. You should have a raven.
So
And then the Ravens
crest
doesn't make you
that
Allan
is
Poe.
on the Ravens logo is actually from my family.
There you go. You see, you should have ravens.
It's a yellow and black checkerboard on 2 quadrants of it, and it's
Oh, that's yours, is it?
it's terrible. It's terrible.
Well,
But like Raven was saying, I'm not the only one. Every generation, you know, you get more and more people that have that same connection.
yeah.
So with each iteration, and I'm talking that was like 11 generations back. Imagine just 11 generations out, you have a
Chances
lot of
are-
people who all have the same claim.
Chances are that all 4 of us have Boadicea in our ancestry.
I mean, like mine is Richard de la Pole. And he was the Pretender, right? That's
Yeah.
what they called him. I think that's what it was. And all of the men in his family were beheaded. They were all beheaded for being pretenders to the throne. And the only one that wasn't, he survived because he was at the Vatican. And that's where the bloodline
And lived to procreate.
and lived to procreate.
I'm
And
going to make
because of that,
I'm going to make an argument for generational trauma, because if you're a member of that family, you don't want to be a man anymore if you're going to be beheaded. So, you know, just saying.
causation, correlation, I don't know.
Okay.
That's funny. But yeah, they all had their head chopped off. That was Richard, Duke of York. There was the White Rose. And his one son survived.
Yes.
Through the
And
barony.
he was marching under the George Cross, if I'm not mistaken. Because that was the insignia of the Crusades.
The previous Charles II, would be related to me even further generations back, but he was a womanizer who decided to never marry proper, had like 7 different affairs, and so each one of those illegitimate lines have a claim to maybe be him, but like once it's illegitimate, if it wasn't, official, and if that person wasn't the queen, then you're out right at that
That's what
point.
illegitimate means.
Yeah. So,
That's literally what it means.
but one of the reasons why,
Legitimate, not legal.
yeah, not legal. So one of the reasons why the barony was given
Out of the
in the
lineage.
first place was to take care of kids that should have been legitimate, maybe, and were out of marriage.
It's cheaper just to see them die.
I know, right? Did you just wish death on me?
No. This is my performance voice. This is when I want to sound dark and sultry and meaningful.
Have you also used it to sell car insurance?
No, should I?
I'm just saying.
Have you pranged yourself recently? Do you need a big payout? Has your wad diminished to the size of a minuscule?
Wait, what?
Who did the what now?
Who let the dogs out? Anyway, I am going to get going. But thank you for inviting me on, Raven. And
It's been
have a good
pleasure.
night, everyone.
Good to meet you.
Right.
I was really hoping that Coctopus Prime would come on. I sent him a message and he said, yeah, I just might do that. And I don't know if he watched at all. He wasn't in the chat that I could see. He didn't try to log on. I sent him the link. And that's a shame. It looks as though he's committed YouTube aside.
Prime
Which
has.
is, huh?
Prime has.
Octopus Prime, yeah. He stopped the goddamn podcast is over. He doesn't do any more videos. It's just
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
about 2 weeks ago the whole thing blew up and he hasn't been online since.
Damn. Well, I hope he's okay.
You know, sometimes it happens for the better. You know, I'm not saying that his content was bad at all. I'm saying that sometimes you have better priorities. I'll say that I've got plans for a big revamp in about 3 years because
That's really long-term planning for
it is a very specific plan.
I don't plan anything out more than 3 hours.
So
3 hours?
yeah,
Wow, that's long term.
I happen to be in a PhD program, and as soon as I get those letters, I'm thinking YouTube has fucked over my YouTube channel to where I don't think the algorithm likes anything I do. And even when I get more views on something, I lose subscribers every time I upload.
Yeah.
And
Peach
so-
has the same problem.
I'm to the point where I'm just, you know what, a clean sweep and just starting all over might be good, but especially when I have more time on my hands after finishing this program, and I have that extra credential that might make people look more if I put it in the channel name, then, you know, why not? Christy Winter did it.
You want to play some
Yeah.
Minecraft?
What are you
Mike?
going to say, Dr. Agent of Doubt?
No, probably something completely different.
I think something completely different's already taken.
Likely.
Yeah.
And even
some
if
kind
I
of
find
Monty
something
Python.
unique and individual to me, it won't be but a decade or two later that somebody thinks no one's ever thought of this before, and then they do it.
I hope you guys are right that I will be able to put on a successful show, one more MMC. I don't know.
I'd think about your purpose in it. You know, why are you doing it, and what outcome do you want?
It was
might
always
be that
it was always self-serving.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I did all those years. I did it was for, you know, HIV research and stuff, and it's because I have HIV. Now the next one, the plan is to do it for protect the dolls. 'Cause I'm one of the dolls. Do you know what I mean? Like there's a certain amount of self. There always was. I never hid from that though. It was always there. It was always like, you know. But
well, it might be that you need to adapt to the times as far as technology and what people are willing to do, with their time. And
You okay?
Mm. Anyway, it's oh, good grief! It's 6:20. I still need to get some sleep. So
Morning. Good morning, Brian.
yes, good morning.
isn't that tea time?
Breakfast.
Breakfast tea.
Yes. Good
Yeah.
morrow.
Except
Okay.
I'll probably have either some milk or some smoothie or something.
Yeah.
Because I've got to take some pills with it, and they don't go very well with hot tea. They tend to dissolve and taste foul.
Mm. Yeah, makes sense.
Yep. And I've got a kitty cat to feed, so thank you for inviting me on. It's been a pleasure
Thanks
as
for coming.
always.
This was fun.
And yeah, it was fun. Got to talk shit and talk sense and talk more shit, and that's always fun.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Yeah. Take it easy.
Good night, Brian. Fine. Hey, it's you.
And then there was one.
And then there was you.
Yeah. So beyond self-serving in that the charity that you pick would benefit you.
Go to sleep, big guy. Yes, you go to sleep.
Daddy,
No.
stand up, please.
No.
Daddy,
Come here.
Daddy,
Come here.
Daddy.
Come here.
Daddy,
Come here.
Daddy.
What?
Stand up, please.
No.
Stand up, please.
No.
Stand up, please.
No.
Get your food, please.
Go on. Go lay down by mommy. Go on. Go lay down by mommy.
Daddy,
Big guy.
yes, yes. Daddy,
Have you ever heard him speak before?
Not that well.
Come here, kid.
This is
Come here. Gotcha. Say hello. Say hi.
say
hi.
You my monkey boy? Go on, go lay down.
Daddy,
Is KLT on?
can I stay on?
Yeah. Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you sleep, please?
Go watch KLT.
Stand up, please.
What's mommy doing?
Stand up, please. Stand up. Stand up.
Stand up.
Yes. Can you sleep, please?
Ah, kiddo, you're killing me. Come here. Come here. I want a hug. I want a hug. I want a hug. My monkey. Oh, my goodness. Here. Thank you. Down here. Out here. Ah. Oh. Do you want to read a story? Do you want to read a story?
No.
You don't want to read?
Bed. Go to bed,
I know you
please.
want to go to bed. Go to
Could you
bed.
sleep, please? Daddy, stand up. My turn. What?
You're so
Daddy.
cute. You're killing me.
Daddy.
David.
Daddy.
David. Oh. You don't give up. You are relentless. Come here, you. Brain sucker. Brain sucker. Brain sucker. Brain sucker. Brain sucker. Wait. I have a question. Come here. I have a question. What is this?
It's a tickle.
That is a tickle.
Daddy.
What?
Daddy.
What?
Daddy.
I have a question for you. See this?
Daddy.
See this person?
Hmm.
Daddy.
See that person? That's Michael.
Michael.
That's Michael.
Michael.
He lives in Colorado.
Colorado.
Yeah. What is the capital of Colorado?
Denver. Michael.
Michael. Yeah, he lives in Colorado. And what's the capital?
Denver.
Denver. Yeah. Yeah.
Daddy.
What? Oh, what is the capital of Montana? I want to know. What is it? What's the capital of Montana?
Boosting.
What?
Stand up, please.
The capital of Montana,
Stand up, please.
not Massachusetts.
Stand up, please.
He knows all of them.
Okay.
He knows the capitals of all of the states. He also knows the names of all of the countries in South America. He knows the capitals of most of the countries in Europe. How do you say hello in Russian?
Privet.
Privyet.
No.
No?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, in
Dimon.
Russian. In Russian.
Daddy.
What?
No.
No.
Dimon.
That's you.
No.
Oh, no.
Daddy.
That's me.
Stand up, please. Don't you sleep, please? Don't you sleep, please? Don't you sleep, please?
I can't right now. Look, I'm on. Look, see, I'm on. See? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm on. I'm talking to Michael.
Stand up.
Okay.
Say hello, Michael.
Go to sleep. No.
I love you. Oh. Oh. Hey, what is the capital of England?
No.
No? No, I don't think it is. What is the capital of England?
No.
No?
Stand up, please. Could you sleep, please?
Go to-
Daddy.
Why do you need me to go to sleep? Brain sucker. Why do you need me to go to sleep? Oh. See, you're going to fall. You don't want to fall. I love you so much, kid.
You've been live for 4 hours,
Yeah.
and I think maybe he needs to close out the show by telling everybody to do what he's thinking they should do.
Come here. Okay, say goodbye to everybody.
Say goodbye, everybody.
Yeah,
Say goodbye.
you say goodbye.
Say goodbye.
No, don't say
Say goodbye. Say
Don't
goodbye.
don't say. Just say goodbye.
Say goodbye.
Ah.
Say goodbye,
Yeah.
Michael.
Say goodbye, Michael.
Goodbye.
Bye,
I
everybody.
love pizza.
Bye.
What? What about pizza? What? I gotta shut this off.
It's off.
Yes, I have to shut this off.
Goodbye.
everybody. Ah.
Shut this off. Off.